Good, numbing. Hello, YouTube. I hope you're all doing well. This isn't the stream it was going to be. The stream this was going to be was probably going to be in a couple days' time. But guess what update decided not to drop when I thought it was going to? It is due today, technically, the final update for Sonic Frontiers. It's just time zone shenanigans. It's not coming out till literally midnight for me, so it's basically coming out tomorrow, as far as I'm concerned. So I will be streaming it tomorrow instead. Just as a forewarning, my voice is shot. I think I have just somehow caught something, like caught some bug or something, so my voice is going a little bit. I still feel fine. I said yesterday that my voice felt a little off, but I felt okay. It's the same today, it's just my voice is a little worse off, so it might easily just... It could even just be voice strain, which if that's the case, well... whatever, I can live with that. So if I sound a little bit low, that's all that is. It's just that my throat's a little sore and a little dry. But we're continuing our Genshin investigations. It's like the highest, the best Sonic thing ever. When I was like 10 or 11 or whenever it came out, I loved it. Nowadays, I kind of cringe at it. But that's just because, you know, age changes your humor. So like when I go back on it, there's still some episodes I find funny. The Bomberman episode I think's hilarious. But it's one of those things where it's like, as I got older, my sense of humor changed, and now I don't find it as funny as I used to. But to get back onto the game, sorry, my throat's going. I haven't touched the main quest at all. So the Fortress of what's his face, Meripede, hasn't been touched. I have, however, started my exploration of the upper area, and I figured out how to get to these ruins. To show how I got to them, I climbed to the top of that mountain and just glided over. I'm watching it in supercut. Oh, fair enough. And I literally just glided over, and I got into this one, and when you get into just one of them, every single one of these cubes has a warp that'll take you to a different one, so I eventually climbed it all the way up. I haven't solved everything yet, because this giant fucking Beyblade is up here, and I can't interact with it or do anything. There is a machine over here, but it wouldn't cooperate with me, so I know I'm missing something. How's it going down the Bioshock Corrections Facility? Oh, when we last left off in the story... we finished the first Archon quest to do with it, but we're still down there because we haven't solved everything. We learned that Child's disappearance involved those hidden rules we were learning about. Oh, my mic's going. 1 second. Well, my headset even. 1 second. Essentially, the hidden rules we learnt about, the whole don't bet on both sides or something bad will happen, don't work 3 full days in a row or something bad will happen, and then ultimately don't go near the pipes at night or you'll be taken by cannibals. All of that was made up by Child to put just enough fear into the guards that their routine would change so he could slip through it during the night. So like, they would move to different spots and like focus on different areas so he could slip through. The only mystery we have, however, is that the escape route he took, when we checked it, led to a dead end. So it's like, how did he escape through here if it's a dead end? Especially considering the Fortress of Meripede, as was established before, is so deep under the water, even if you broke out and you had some ability to breathe underwater anyway, this sheer water pressure would crush you, because you're too deep. So how did Child get out? You know, that's the whole thing of it. That's where the mystery left off. But because we at least learned something about what's going on with Child, that's where part 3 of the Archon quest, because part 1 and 2 we did in 4.0, ended. We won't start part 4 straight away. Like last stream, I want to do a little exploring first. Additionally, off screen, this marker and this marker are the 2 shrines. Shield Hydro is a Hydro user. He's a Hydro user, but we have his fucking Hydro vision. He has no access to any of his water-based abilities because we're literally, there it is, taking care of his vision. We literally have his superpower in our hand. It appears that the Child lost control of his elemental powers within it before. The vision has lost its glow now that the owner has left it behind. He doesn't have any Hydro powers, so that means he escaped entirely of his own personal, like, human ability. Because even his delusion, because you could say, oh, the delusion, which is like, you know, the Fatui's like artificial visions that give them extra powers, but it like takes a toll on their body. His delusion is electro. So it's like even that could be arguable as not a good failsafe for getting out of the deepest depths of the water. Maybe he paid someone off. But that's what we'll find out later on. Our mystery ended of just finding out that he somehow found an escape, despite the fact the route he took ended in a dead end. But we also know that Linny and Lynette are there investigating as well, under instruction of the father, instruction of Arlecchino, but they're not there for child. Arlecchino isn't actually sending them in there to get an answer for what's going on with one of their, Snezhnayan diplomats. She doesn't care. She thinks the Gnosis is there. Which, for a friendly reminder for people not versed in Genshin lore, the Gnosis is basically the key to a god's power. Ventes was literally beat the shit out of him and taken from him by La Senora. Zhongli's was traded through contracts away. Inazuma's was handed off to Scaramouche. Scaramouche, can you do the fandango? As a trade to stop us getting killed. And Sumeru's was also a trade to bury secrets. So the Hydro Archons, Arlecchino believes that Farina isn't looking after it and it's dead in the fortress somewhere. Which is why Farina is so vulnerable and seemingly mortal, because she literally doesn't have the god ticket on her. So she's a human posing as god currently in that sense, because although she might be god and live eternal, she isn't actually eternal as standing. She's as mortal as anyone else. Because the magic ticket just isn't with her. But we said, we also know that as the enemies try and hit me from way up here, we already know that you're not completely, indestructible with the god key things, because Scaramouche had 2 and we beat him in a fight. I mean, we had to manipulate time to do it, but that's besides the point. We still managed to beat him. It is technically possible to do so. Charlie got jailed and used imprisonment as an excuse to look in the fortress. That's what I was suspecting. I don't think him ending up in there was a coincidence, or something that went wrong on Fontaine's side. My theory is that, considering especially that Arlecchino is a Fontaine native, maybe she had a better understanding of how the law machine works than others do, and manipulated that fact to get someone in on the inside, and then she could keep up the appearance of basically just pressuring the Fontaine government afterwards and saying, okay, why is our Snezhnayan diplomats in prison? Which, if that's the case, that's very clever, very manipulative, and very clever on her part. But I also like that it's keeping with this the theme of contradictions. That's absolutely everything we learned about Arlecchino beforehand, is that she was just this complete cold-hearted, bloodthirsty monster that cares about no one and manipulates everyone. Literally, the very first and only scene we saw of her, she throws a sly at Farina because she's annoyed that, and to quote, my children were falsely accused by her. This cold, bloodthirsty monster was genuinely upset that kids that she looked after in the orphanage were accused of a crime. And she refers to them as her children. And it's I love that little, continued slight theme of contradiction that, she's made out to be this bloodthirsty, cold-hearted monster, and in reality, she actually loves those kids that she looks after in the orphanage, and she treats them as their own. I guess it's a tactic I'd employ. Yeah, I mean, it's just at least to me, is what makes the most sense. We don't know the whole picture, so I'm trying to look. My minimap is telling me that one of the Hydrocalyces is in here, and I'm trying to... Oh, it's literally in here. Okay, I need to find the fucking magic ticket. I think I was too busy talking. I just didn't spot it when we was looking at it. I was just trying to solve the door. We need to find either a red little box or a blue little box. Because if you find a red one, it means we need to power it up. If we find a blue one, it's already good to go. Is it down here? It feels like some... Okay, there is a red box down here. Okay, we can't... There's the one we need. So we need to power up this one so we can get this gate open to get that one. Wait, what the difference is that she's not, split personality or anything. She just... It's to other people, or, whatever Plutio had fucking going on, because Jesus Christ. It's not like that. It's more... People have a perspection or think that she's one way, but if you actually listen to how she talks and how she thinks, you can start to get the impression that she's another way. That being, people think she's a psychopath, but in reality, she's actually very heartfelt. She's just blunt. Oh, fair enough. Okay, so what one's this one for? Is it... Okay, it's for you. After I finished streaming yesterday, I proceeded to continue playing Genshin till about 9 p.m. Keep in mind, I finished streaming at about 2 p.m. I think I only paused for toilet breaks and food. Just making see if there's anything else of interest in here. Okay, so that opens that. I need to power this up first. I can't just use it, so it's probably to do with over here. But where am I getting the power source from if I use the computer? You know what, let's just drop it down. We can figure that one out in a second. Let's use the computer and see what we can find. Can I just... Oh, can I just take that? Just drop you there so you're in the middle of the floor. I got it. There are other things I suspect, though, because Farina is straight up terrified of Arlecchino, and I don't think it's as simple as, oh, maybe Arlecchino has dirt on her, like the game thinks might, like, or at least the characters in the game seem to think. I think at some point, considering Arlecchino knows Farina doesn't have the Gnosis, how could she actually know that unless she attacked Farina and realized that there was no god power? I think the reason why Farina is genuinely scared of Arlecchino is because at some point Arlecchino attacked her. Or something along that line. And then through attacking her, learned that Farina doesn't have any god power or whatever. But it, you know, left an imprint on Farina because she realized that, you know, she was probably nearly killed by the fourth most powerful, physically powerful human being in Genshin's world. If my theory's right, I don't think it's a matter about getting her secret exposed. I think Farina is genuinely, with how she reacted, like, even as far back as when we very first met her, when the moment she pretended to challenge us to a fight and we actually, like, raised to the challenge, or rose to the challenge, sorry, and she immediately went, what? I think she's more vulnerable and or fearful than she lets on. And so I think it's just genuine fear that Arlecchino could kill her that's making her, like, shut up. Like, I don't even think any of that crosses her mind. I think she's just genuinely terrified. But that's entirely if my theory holds. Anyway, Tailhard scribbled cipher letters all over the place. Why am I not surprised? He even erased a formula for the purifying solvent Buta left behind. Thanks to him, all of our project funding requests have been rejected. Guess it's time to kiss my bright future goodbye. Not only is there no place for traditional clockwork mecha research in the Fontaine Research Institute, there's no place for me as well. I probably should try to secure a job at the Fortress of Meripede. I'm sure they need engineers there. Yelan, stop talking. I'm just kidding, there's no way I'm going there. I heard there aren't even windows there. I've decided to do something out of the goodness of my heart. Although Buta is no longer here, I have recreated the formula for the purifying solvent based on the information he left behind. I'll record the formula here, so anyone who sees this is able to use it to create the solvent, and erase the nonsense that Tailhard wrote. The formula is as follows. The text has been removed. Imagine if the machine is the actual Archon. I actually have a theory about that as well. I've been thinking on this a lot since yesterday. My theory, like, now, like, at least for me, I think that Farina's position is not too dissimilar to the Raiden Shoguns. And to explain my point, A isn't the real Archon of Inazuma. Bale was, but Bale died. So A filled the role again, like, and so although is this a living being, isn't the original goddess. She's just the one filling the role. I think it's a similar deal with Farina and the original Archon god, because we know from lore beings that there's a lot of files in the game that refer to the Hydro Archon as a male, but obviously Farina isn't a male. That maybe the original God Falsalos that we heard about in those old things actually died or at some point left during the Archon War, and his soul is within the judging machine. And Florina is basically, like, in a similar way to how Ace served the role, is the face of the god. In that sense, and has been blessed by the god, and has the eternity of life, but isn't the original god. Like, so she's more of just, like, the performer, the mascot, which would also track, considering, you know, all the opera, and this whole region has this theme of almost, like, showmanship, with, you know, like, the courtroom's literally an opera house. So, like, what would be the biggest showman act of all? The god isn't a god. The Hydro Archon is actually just a really committed to the bit performer. Just unlike A, doesn't have a giant, like, perfect replica death robot to lock your soul into that will do all the work for you, like with Raiden Shogun.
Rack and ruin.
And if that's the case, it tracks as well a little bit, because something that, it doesn't seem like an annoyance to the community, it was just something that people highlighted, is that when the original lore stuff was coming about the Hydro Archon, like, this is back when the game launched, we knew that there really weren't that many male Archons after Venti and Zhongli. And it was like after, like, Sumeru, we knew it was just a document change. They, in the original, like, beta, Sumeru was going to have a male Archon, and they changed it to female. But Hydro was going to be male. Outright. But it was also going to be the last male one, because we already know that both Natlan and the Sarisa from Snezhnaya are female. But now, like, you know, Sumeru ended up being Nihida, and Fontaine, the real god, is seemingly gone, and it's potentially Florina, if my theory holds. Then yeah, there's only 2 male Archons still existing in the world, and it's the very first 2 we met. Every single Archon we're meeting in the future is female. It's like, man, there's really no gender balance here. I know there's 7, so it's never going to be equal, but you could have tried to make it 3 and 4. But no, it's 2 and 5. I am curious about Natlan's Archon, considering it's, you know, the Fire Nation, literally. Alright, what have we got down here? That's just straight up not active. Is there no cameras, so you just gotta find a power source. Venti is questionable. Yeah, well, I'm trying to remember what it is. There was a lore piece where it's like the reason why Venti looks the way he does. It's like something to do with like taking the form of like a very old friend from like thousands of years ago. To like almost like embrace like their honor or something like that. But it's been
There is no escape.
Nearly 3 years since I did Venti's quest to learn that, so it's been a while. I don't remember every detail, which also, here's a crazy thing. Happy 3rd anniversary, Genshin. Just throwing that one out there. Happy 3rd anniversary, Genshin. I believe that's today. And it's Necrophile. I mean, no, because it's not. It's still Venti. It's just his appearance. It isn't. I don't even think his appearance is identical to his friend. I think it's just like respectful or in like designed to kind of look like him. Oh, I see what we got to do. Or them. I don't know who the other person is off the top of my head. I don't want to assume. Yeah, so we power that up. Then we've got to carry that power source to that, and then we can pick that up and move it. You know, we can take that downstairs to power the switches. So we move the power. Fine. Oh, have I just got to move that first? Would that not reach? Hang on. It won't reach. Okay, fine. I'll go check out that giant, like, double-shielded enemy in the back later. Alright, let's power it up. Let's take this downstairs. Gimme, gimme.
A At least
Pick this back
good
up.
luck
Let's keep
doesn't
going.
discriminate
Is
by
it?
clan.
I don't know what fontaine more fun it is. It's a authoritative, technocratic bureaucracy. Wait, where'd my thing go? Did I not pick it up, or did it despawn? Oh, am I not supposed to use it for that puzzle? Hang on, let me see. Let me try and go pick it back up. Because it should stay in your inventory. Yeah, it despawned. Okay, it might be that this is a different puzzle then. Let's see if it goes again if I try and be quicker. Yes, it goes as soon as you're down here. Okay, so that's not tied to this puzzle. This is a separate puzzle. Understood. They're both openable doors, so let's just see if we can try and find another way down. Hey, what are you doing? Automated supercomputer field generator. The verified type or 001. Ow, ow, ow. What the fuck? Why am I, like, no health immediately?
Busted.
Do you mind bit? Ah! Oh, we got super jumps.
Here comes the catch.
Ah! What the fuck is this? What's God doing out here? What's going on here? Why is it hitting so hard?
Gotcha. Freeze to the core. Eye for an eye.
Stay up there. Oh, let's put his fucking shield up. Okay, so this is just like an optional, like, super boss in the field, huh? Okay. This is more fair than some of the other ones I've encountered in Fontaine. Fontaine has some mean bastards in it. Some of like random, like field bosses you can find. Someone in the team really like the idea of random field super bosses, because like there are some real mean ones that you can find in Fontaine.
I condemn you.
Oh, it's doing super jump bullshit again. Bitch. I was just ready to swap the Hu Tao and then you put your shield back up. Of course you do.
Quietly now. Crush.
Bullshit. Get in there.
Oh, you shall perish.
Yeah, it was one of the wonder bosses. Yeah, the local legend. Well, at least we dealt with it now. Even if my whole team is hurting now. Right, let's try and see if we can find another way down. You don't want this fight. I'm trying to look around, my guy. You're not him. You're not him. You're not winning this.
Crush. Illusion shattered. Quit it.
Fontaine. Yeah, it's got random local legends that will rip your head off. It's got a crazy government system that's kind of like, what the fuck? If you go to court, there's a chance you'll get made guilty just because, you know, it's more entertaining for the show. That I made that one up. That might not be true. It just certainly feels like it could be.
More speed.
I'm not sure how I'm getting downstairs there, so I'm going to leave a come back later mark because I want to keep moving. I want to head back over this way. There's a break on this way. Nah, everyone in Fontaine's hot. I'd be like, yeah, I'll go with you. Then you break up with them while you're there. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to go to the Spinda de la Rosa. No reason. Hey, Navia. How's it hanging? And then get met with immediate denial because she probably has way more interest in Clorant than anyone else, and I mean, who can blame her as well? So it's like Christian fundamentalism of machines. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Can I get in here? Oh, there is a thing for me to get at the top at least, so I might as well get that, so it's not a wasted trip. Oh, also, as my fridge starts to go again, of my hydrocolysis, there are 65 in this new area, and I'm about to get my 40th. So, yeah, I've been exploring a little bit. I've only got 26 left to find. I haven't looked up a guide yet. I only usually bring up a guide when there's only like 2 or 3 left, just for the sake of getting, like, for finding them, but so far my expeditions have led me here.
Yeah.
I told you, I played it for like 10 hours straight in total. 5 hours on stream, 5 hours off. Nah, dude, when I'm in Genshin mode, I'm in Genshin mode, dude. When I'm like I'm in. What was that thing down there? Hang on. What's this? Oh, it's just saying, hey, you haven't done all your story quests stuff yet. Because the 65, that's only so like from like this split. So within this area, there are 65 collectibles, and I'm only missing now 25 of them. Well, no, technically 24, because I've marked, I know where this one is, I just don't know how to get it. Which is why I've marked it. I know it's there, I just don't know how to get it. Anyway, carrying on. Yeah, there's that shrine, which I believe yes, I have already marked it on the map. I haven't actually been to it yet. I spotted it from there. I spotted it from up there. I just kind of like did like a bird's eye view, and I was like, oh, there's the other shrine. Do this, guy. We'll check out that puzzle. Keep moving. And to be honest, I'm enjoying exploring Fontaine's region. Well, I didn't play it for 15 hours straight. I played it for 10 hours straight. I just did 5 of those hours on stream. Back in Inazuma 2.0, when that came out and I wasn't streaming the game and so had no commitments, that was a different story.
Treasure.
That was a different story. That one was I got the update. I installed the update as soon as I woke up, and then from 8 AM all the way to 11 PM, I was just playing Genshin. Like, I was so excited for 2.0 when it first came out. That was like the oof. Well, I think back on that one, even though it was only like 2 years ago, I'm like, I can't do that again. Oh, it's another one. 23 left then, so I can go get that one in a minute. Oh, and there's a thing over there to do over there. This is how it happens. This is how I end up playing it for so long. I'm doing one thing, 2 other things, 3 other things. There's a chest there, fuck me, pop up that then take my attention. I go, oh, I'll go do them. Oh, I'll go do them. Oh, I'll go do them. And suddenly the day's gone. 2 left. Treasure. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna find all more at this rate.
Draw your target out of hiding.
Aha, aha, I see you. Before you could hide from me. And that also rather forcibly revealed the gimmick of down here. We need to power this up somehow, so we need to find... Oh, I'm going to put this next to the shadow block then. I'm going to put this, like, here. Or the light things. We need to find the shadow block. And we just try and keep an eye out.
Gotcha. Quietly now. There is no escape. Beg for mercy.
Now, if I'm genuinely super excited for something or super into something, I am, like, so turbo locked in. It's absurd. Like, even now, like it becomes like a curse. I just get super locked in. Whereabouts is that? I'll be back. Just so I don't forget. Fuck, I put it too close to the other one. There we go. So I remember when DMC5 came out, that was When DMC5 came out, I played the entire game in one day in one long 14-hour session. Is there anything else I can use this for before I run away? I only stopped for toilet breaks and food. And I loved it. So it was 9 AM to 11 PM. I just played DMC5. So I've been waiting for that game for 11 years. There's no way in hell I wasn't. I even booked it off work. I was going to work that day and I booked it off so I could play DMC5. That's how big of a deal it was.
Easy money.
Get you. Is there anything else in immediate vision before I go back the other way to get that challenge I saw? Maybe at that shrine, but later. Oh, right fucking here, maybe.
Busted.
You're in months in advance. Yeah, I pre-ordered.
Shine down.
But a momentary
I
distraction.
pre-ordered it digital so I could play it the frame when it came out, and I pre-ordered it physical because I wanted it in my physical collection for DMC5. Once again, like I said, I've been waiting for it for 11 years. There was nothing that was going to stop me from like having that. So people came out, fair enough. I, like many people, the original like performance of Subhuman, I fucking hated. I didn't hate it as much as some people, but I really wasn't keen on it. The re-recording that we got by Victor, I vastly prefer. Yay, round and around we go, yay! When we will stop, nobody knows. Except probably right now. I'm getting ready to press the circle button already. Oh shit, okay, that would have been too soon if I just pressed it. There we go.
A chest full of valuables and a trove of potential clues. Take it easy.
Why is there a water thing here? What are you hiding? Oh, a platform. Oh, is this how you're supposed to get into the water fortress and not just glide off the mountain like I did? Oh no, this is just for a treasure chest. How am I doing on completion percentage? 67% and 53%. It's been a day. It's been a day since this update dropped. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, whoopsie doodles. Oh, treasure. It's actually like an ARPG. Oh, is this about Boundless Trails? That's good. I'm glad you found one that's for you. They always exist. It's just you gotta find them. I suppose it's like any genre though. Most genres have enough differences of like sub-genres or like small things here and there that even if you don't like the genre as a whole, there's probably going to be at least one that you kind of enjoy as is, even if you don't really care for the rest of the genre. I mean, Tales of Berseria is always the ultimate example for me.
Gotcha. Take it easy.
Hello, hope you're doing well, friend.
I can put these to good use.
Oh, I remember there's another ARPG platform game I play called El Shaddai. I don't know that one. If I'm honest, I don't recognize that name at all. Oh, there's a challenge over there. It's happening again. I'm like, oh, there's a treasure chest. Oh, there's a challenge. Oh, there's more things to pick up.
Take it easy.
Did I solve the puzzle? I didn't solve the puzzle by just hitting things and not even thinking about it. That's the way we play, baby. I didn't even touch this one. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Attention in the Metatron. I blame you. Pretty obscure PlayStation game that I only discovered for PS Now. Oh, fair enough. Well, if it was on PS Now, it had to at least have been popular enough to be noticed. Speaking of PlayStation, did you see that Jim Ryan's retiring, the CEO of Sony? After 30 years. He doesn't have an official replacement yet. He's got a temporary replacement until the new person's picked, which is like it's something, but it's not like the official new CEO. It's literally just a temporary who's there until the new one's like picked and sorted. And I know people are mostly celebrating because Jim Ryan is an absolute businessman first, and some of his decisions felt business serving and not industry serving, in the sense of like it was more to just suit him and not to help people out. But I'm not going to knock a legacy. He's been there for 30 years. He's been there since literally the PS1 days, you know? Some of his more recent decisions closer to retirement can be controversial and questionable, sure. But I'm not going to knock his legacy either. I understand people... Yeah, like I said, I understand people being, like, a bit more like, oh, finally, like, Sony can have fun again. Because it does feel that way a little bit, now he's going. But equally, I'm not going to knock a legacy, because we wouldn't have half the things we had if it wasn't for him in charge, you know? Or at least maybe we wouldn't know, we don't know.
Full of valuables and a trove of potential clues.
As you know, set on Hu Tao, good, or should I fire Crimsons? I'll show you what I've got on my Hu Tao. I'm not gonna... Any artifact set you can probably make work however way you suit, so I'm not gonna tell you you should do this or you should do that. I literally just use basic Crimson Witcher Flames as a 4-piece set for my Hu Tao. I actually have... Well, you can see for yourself as I scroll through it. What I have, Firo. I don't know how you pronounce your name. I don't want to say Firoj, because I don't know if that's right, so I'm just going to say Firo for now. Forgive me if I'm wrong on my pronunciation. There you are. Keep in mind, I built this back when Hu Tao first came out in 1.3, and basically haven't touched it since. So if I was probably building her now, I'd probably do it a little different just because I'm more experienced. But she's held well ever since. You know, like she's held as is. What one? Wait, sorry, what one are you looking at? Oh, that I have a... Yeah. That's what I have, at least. Because, like I said, keep in mind, I built Hu Tao back in, like... Well, I got this stuff set up for her back in 1.2. That doesn't mean you should be following my structure, my advice, my formula. You know? This is just what I use that gets me through it. You can almost assuredly make more OP shit. It's just what I have. Like, I think, yeah, because I have her on attack. I think the only one I don't have on attack for sand is Yelan because HP and Raiden because energy recharge. Yeah, because Shenhe is base attack. I'll give most of them a base attack, actually, never mind.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from.
Yeah.
For you?
Oh, I just noticed on the mini-map there, another Hydroculus is around here. Is it under the bridge? It is indeed. What does that mean we're on? 43 of 65. Okay. Not doing too bad. Hey, nice, 69%. Let me turn in my dailies before I forget. So I will forget. I'll get too invested in story. Because we will be carrying on story in a little bit. I do, however, want to head over here, turn these in. I don't think we've got enough for the shrine key, but I want to see how close we are. I think we're still a little ways off the shrine key. But if we can get one of the shrines open, that'd be nice. Oh, yeah, we're not close. We're not close. We've only got enough for 2 levels. We need another 5. I thought we had more. I mean, I'll take the crown, though. I have 22 of these fucking things now. Yeah, because that shrine key's there, so we still need another 90 sigils. Oh, something I didn't show off because I didn't realize I'd unlocked it until after I wrapped up the stream. There's another world boss over here. And so I was going to show that off as well before we continue plot.
Take it easy.
When I'm done exploring, I'm going to continue the story. I'll probably take a short break just to refill my water because, you know, trying to protect my throat a little bit because it is rough.
Take it easy.
I gotta remember how I get in here now. Hang on. Here it is. It's the Beyblade, but different from the Beyblade that's up here because this one you just picks a fight with you as soon as you get it.
There is no escape.
Busted. Quietly now. These are about to get...
It's over.
There it goes. So I'm always at least show that off. As far as I'm aware, no new domains. And you know what also, like, and I will actually criticize it a little bit, because although they were kind of simple and whatever, I do miss them a little bit. No one and done domains at all so far. I know the one and done domains, like, you know, they literally, you do them once, you never do them again. But they doubled over as warps, and so they were just kind of nice to have. But, like, Fontaine doesn't have any one and done domains. And I don't know if 4.2's map extension will have any either. I feel like if they haven't added any by the first 2 chunks, there's not going to be any in the last chunk. Because, like, that's the only reason this tiny land has a warp on it. For example, in Inazuma, because it's a one and done domain. But I digress. I'm still trying to figure out what the deal is. What's the deal with this? This one. This one won't wake up. I know it's to do with this one, but I can't interact with it. So I don't know if it's tied to a quest. Because it is active. It's blue. It's not red. So it might just be tied to a quest. But like every single one of these cubes, you can actually just go straight into. And there's puzzles and shit. I'm pretty sure I solved them all. I'm sure there's probably one I'm missing. But, yeah, I was busy yesterday. Because, you know, this game's scale is idiotic. But I digress. Let me go touch the statue to get a full heal for the group, and then I will go refill my water, and we'll get back on story. Because the last story chapter, it took us just over 3 hours to do. So I feel like if I want to get this done, at least get the story stuff done today, and then we'll do like side quests when I come back after Sonic Frontiers. If I'm going to get that done, I need to get it done like soon, you know. So me thought, oh, we're back in prison. Wife's like, what do you mean back? You never left. So oh, I should walk to my room. That'd probably be the better place to, like, take my break. Also, the Fortress of Meripede has 3 different themes that it rotates between. I imagine when the, because the official soundtrack for 4.1 hasn't dropped yet. It'll drop soon, just it hasn't dropped just yet. That we will actually get the names and we'll find out, like, how they're supposed to be and if they're longer and shorter sort of thing. But at least for now, it's just like the rips that people have taken from the game that you can get. But anyway, I'm gonna sit right here in my dorm, in my cell, I guess, and I will be back after I've refilled my water. So see you in a minute. Right, I'm back. There is drilling going on outside, so apologies if you hear any of that. Also, what just started? Oh, an event started. It hit 10 PM. That makes sense. We'll do that later. And the game's like, hey, no, you can't do this now. You're in the middle of a... Yep. Let's get back on it. Right. So into Archon Quest Act 4 we go. As a reminder, last time, as I'm just adjusting my mic a little bit, we learned that Child managed to escape through the pipes. It was... I don't know if like security will stop me because it's currently daytime. It was over here. Oh, there is a guard up front. He might stop me. No, he doesn't give a shit because we're not technically in the story yet. Over here. And then Child escaped, quote unquote, this way. And ended up here. But this, if you follow it up, is supposed to be a dead end. The only hint we have is that apparently this area wasn't flooded at all, and now there's like giant puddles everywhere. So clearly he must have somehow accessed the water for water to get in. Because this just leads to this. And other gadgets and gizmos and, well, puzzles. What's this do? Oh. Oh, I'm probably not allowed to because it's on the guard watch. Anyway, let's go back to our investigation. The drilling is literally right next door to my house, which is why I've closed all my windows and turned my fan on, so hopefully you guys can't hear it, but it's still kind of loud for me. Alright, let's start investigations.
There's a group of people over there. Let's go listen in.
So I said, that's not a faucet. Hey, who are you two? Why'd you come over all of a sudden?
Oh, sorry for eavesdropping. Sounds like you were talking about something private.
What's the matter? They're just looking to join in on our fun, that's all.
Hey, don't pretend like it's okay for them to just interrupt us like that. Yeah, fine. You're lucky we don't mind extroverts that much.
Thanks, you guys are really nice.
You hear that, Quisto? We're nice.
Your expressions tell me you're looking to hear some juicy info, am I right? But before that, it just so happens that I know you two.
Really? Are we that famous?
You're kidding. How often does anyone get a personal tour led by His Grace himself? Practically everyone was talking about it. Word has it that you also caused quite the kerfuffle.
Oh, it was just a little mistake.
A little mistake, huh? I like the way you put it. You see, people with a good attitude can join our group anytime. Unlike some of the others here.
Good attitude. I like this guy already.
Your group?
I'm Quisto, and this is Lavaroon. People usually call us the Bombshell Bros, but don't worry.
Well, if it isn't the
It's just that
Blowjob Brothers.
our
That's what they're called
information
now.
is so
Bombshell
exclusive
Bros. Fuck
that
off.
We blow minds on the regular.
So, you two really like to gossip? Whew, you sure know how to embellish.
No. You don't get it. Knowing intelligence will make things better for you here. For example, knowing who's working with whom, who has the latest rumors, who's not getting along. Wouldn't you like to know all that?
Oh my Archon, I'd love to know. Please tell me.
Whoa, all this info's worth something, you know? You should prove you're worthy of it.
I don't mind him. Quisto's always this way. Just play nice and say something to massage his ego. The welfare meals. Talk about the welfare meals.
We ate the most incredible welfare meals recently.
Right. That meal we had yesterday was super delicious. Paimon can still taste it whenever she closes her eyes.
Is that so? To tell you the truth, I've been helping out with making those welfare meals. I've been working as a kitchen assistant for about a month and a half now.
Oh, so you're the one who made those delicious steaks. Amazing. You could be a professional chef.
You are correct. I am a true professional. In fact, I even went to culinary school. Since you like my cooking, I guess that means we share
That
similar
easy, huh?
tastes.
That easy, huh?
Listen carefully. This little bombshell will help you learn what's really going on here in the fortress.
Huh? Did Lavaroon just wink at me? It seems he's saying don't be upset, he's a good fellow.
Listen, kids. The power structure within the fortress is quite complicated. The overworlders couldn't care less about us down here. We're basically dogs to them.
He sounds too much like Alex Jones. Oh no.
You've already met the one person here you should never cross, the Duke, Risley. He knows more than you think. And if he doesn't care about something, then he often doesn't bother dealing with it.
Those who have the Duke's attention get all kinds of special perks. Even better treatment in the infirmary.
I know who you mean. It's that Jurier character, right? I don't think there's anything useful about him at all. Why does he visit the infirmary practically every day? Is it normal for anyone to be going in and out of there so often? If you ask me, he's just faking it to get out of work.
But did you know that Churia was a talented researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute before he came here? There's no denying that.
I don't care if he was a researcher that could turn dirt into Mora. Once you're in the fortress of Meripede, you're just another inmate like everybody else.
Ah, interesting. According to Koitar, a person named Jurai frequents the infirmary. I should take note of that.
Speaking of which, the last time
I'm gonna butcher these names, even if they've already said it, but forget. Oh well.
I also heard they started arguing in the library and got into a fight, right? Guess that's just how terrible of a guy he is.
Library? Oh, well, you mean surface side. I was gonna say, there isn't a fucking library in the fortress.
You mean he hit a woman? Wow, I never imagined he was that bad.
But that Lorvine's also quite the odd one, you know? She's always gabbing away, got into a fight with a man, and she also got sent to the infirmary. Come to think of it, I always see her going to the sick bay every
Is there a
couple of
library in the
days,
fortress?
too.
I don't think there is. I'm sitting there like,
Wait a second. You don't think?
Do you think could it be that they're secretly meeting there to go on dates? But it's really hard to imagine.
After all, I do remember seeing Lorvine beat Juria to a pulp that one time. And we might be overthinking things.
So the blowjob brothers are about as useful as I feared they'd be. So, Jure had a conversation with a girl called Lorvin, who also frequently visits the infirmary. I remember that too. Alright, I'm not really sure how that's going to help in anything, but thanks for the info, BJ Bros. See you later. Meanwhile, over at the slop.
Look, there are some people talking over there. Let's listen in on the conversation.
If you ask me, those pompous parasites on the surface act like they're all a bunch of aristocrats. Do any of them give half a hoot about a bunch of dogs like us?
Hey, speak for yourself, mate. I'm no dog.
Oh, you think you're special or something? If you're here, then you're just a convict like the rest of us. I've heard that even if you're released after serving your sentence, going back to life on the surface ain't any better. Once a criminal, always a criminal. We're marked for life.
Why is the guy on the right dressed like a pirate? Look at him. That guy in the white and shirt on the right, with the yellow, like, scarf thing. Like, yar har, diggle-dee-dee. Even on his trousers, it's got, like, the steering wheel thing on the pocket.
I don't buy that.
Hey, how cool would it be if the whole world was destroyed by a giant flood and everyone had to start over from nothing?
Hey, how cool would it be if the apocalypse happened? Shut the fuck up, dude.
What kind of filthy bilgewater are you spewing? I have family up there. You best shut your sewer hole with talk like that. Listen, things ain't so great on the surface, but who says that you have to leave? I've heard that you can still stay here and work even after you've served your sentence. Not bad if you ask me. Who wants to live in the ruddy overworld anyway?
And what makes you think they'd want to hire someone like you? It's one of the great mysteries of the universe, how someone as useless as you is so confident.
Whoa. Sounds like they're really unhappy about the overworld.
No, it sounds really like that one downtrodden dude just wants to start a fucking fight.
Speaking of which, Paimon never heard anyone use the words overworld or underworld when we were living up there. Is it only something the inmates down here say?
I mean, it's normal for convicts to be unhappy.
That's true.
I have 90 not like plot-specific prison bugs. I'll wait. I'll come back. I'm gonna get all your recipes. You wait. You just draw a weapon at me. You're a convict. Run. Get over here. Go near not Fight Club.
Take it easy.
See what we find in this corner. Still
Hey,
no
you
info.
over there?
Oh hi. Still no info on where Child could be. Ooh,
Yeah,
who,
you.
me?
Say, do you like playing card games?
No,
You
no,
know,
don't make me play
Genius
Genius Invocation
Invocation
2GG.
TCG?
People down here play that game.
TCG players are like mint in the wild, literally sprouting up everywhere.
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with finding fellow Invocation aficionados? Anyway, care to join me for a game?
I appreciate that the only answer is no. I appreciate even the game knows that I don't like playing TCG. It's okay, but it's not what I play Genshin for. No thanks, we're busy with other things at the moment.
Alright, no pressure.
But why would you be looking for people to play Genius Invocation in a place like this? Don't people usually come here to fight?
Whether you're throwing down cards or throwing punches, it's all a competition, isn't it? It's all the same in my eyes. There are lots of card players here in the fortress. When I saw you, I immediately thought, hey, even outsiders from other nations play cards. So I came over to say hi.
Would you mind chatting with us for a moment?
Sure.
Great! Since you've been here longer than us, you need to flex your seniority a little bit, right? Maybe you could start by telling us newcomers some stories about this place.
I thought you would have already heard everything by now. Alright then, did you have anything specific in mind? Or do you want me to just pick a topic?
Why don't you pick? We'll let you know if we've heard it already.
Alright. Have you heard any strange rumors since you've arrived?
I mean, yeah, we have.
Then, did you know that there are some people who are always gossiping over in the corner?
Paimon, why are you so good with people all of a sudden? She can be good with people. It's just, it seems to very much be, whatever the situation, like, the calls for her to be. Sometimes she's useless, it just depends. You mean the Blowjob Brothers?
Yes, so you've already met those two.
So, yes,
Quite
those two.
fair. They always keep an eye out for the latest happenings and gossip about everything. I've never seen anyone with more time on their hands. I heard that they used to be a chef and a bartender before they were sent down here. You know how bartenders are, always chatting with customers. And chefs love to pass the time just hanging out when they're not cooking.
Good to know. Do you have anything else to tell us?
Let me think. Sounds like you want to hear something a little more tantalizing.
No, I don't think it's that one, man. I think it genuinely is what the situation calls for. If the situation is something, you know, as simple as just chatting with people, she can do it. If the situation is, hey, resolve this conflict right fucking now, she goes, I think if it's something that's like low stakes or low pressure or just kind of like shooting shit, she's fine. It's the moment there's any kind of pressure or extra stress on top of it, she stumbles and just starts saying whatever the fuck comes to mind, and that's when it starts becoming not helpful.
Oh, did you know that the Duke was also a convict in the fortress of Meripede before?
That tracks. I can believe it.
Huh? Wait, are you serious?
That's right. The Duke was an inmate just like
It would
you
also
and me.
explain why so many inmates
Seems
want to be
he
the
was
new Duke.
exiled here
Because
for
it's like, well, if
committing
he was
some
here before
crime.
us and became the
Who
Duke,
knows
so
how
can
he
we.
ended up rising up to become the warden, though. To go from an ordinary inmate to becoming the manager of the whole place? I'm not gonna lie, I kinda respect that.
Oh, by the way, do you happen to know anything about a Forbidden Zone?
A forbidden zone? Sounds like something that someone just made up. I've never heard of that. Where did you hear about it?
It's just a rumor we've been hearing, but no worries if you've never heard of it. Do you have anything else you can tell us?
So I was letting the music do its thing for a second. the free tracks of Fortress and Mirrorpeed are all really fun. I enjoy them. So I was just letting the track do its thing for a sec.
Anything else? Not that I can think of, but I'll be sure to tell you anything interesting I hear next time. You'll have to play a game of Genius Invocation with me first, though.
Okay, we've talked to just about everyone, and it's about time for us to go meet Linny. According to...
According to him, we'll meet him in production, I think she said. Oh, she's not going to repeat herself. I was like, fine, interrupt me. I see how it fucking is. Upstairs in production. God damn you. You can't just be where the warp is. You're going to make me move. It's this lift, because the other one is up. This is just a little up. And yes, there's a difference. There's a lift with only one up arrow and another lift that has two up arrows. One takes you to the higher floor of production, the other takes you up to dorms. The one with one up arrow is what we need, because it takes us to the upper level of production. Linny, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Oh, you also need to talk to Fremine. Because if Child did escape through going through the water, we need to ask, Fremine, the professional deep sea diver, how feasible that actually is. Because he might know more.
Huh?
Hey, King.
That look in your eyes.
Like, nice transition. Nice camera transition. This is the sort of shit I do in my YouTube videos. What the fuck? Literally, like, it didn't just hard cut, it just literally did like a side swipe along. That's kind of funny. It was something, yeah.
Hey, this is no time to be modest. Just tell him we found a boatload of information.
Oh, as expected of the legendary duo, you have my full and undivided attention.
We summarize our findings to Linny.
I'd have never guessed that myself. The rumors swirling about this place are unreliable after all, and Master Child probably went missing because he found a way out. He is a harbinger after all. I suppose he's much more resourceful than I initially gave him credit for. Unfortunately, this isn't enough for our final report to Father. We need to find out Master Child's exact whereabouts. Father told me that even though Master Child said he was just coming to Fontaine for a vacation, he actually had some personal reasons. His agenda might be linked to his disappearance.
The most important thing right now is to catch up to him.
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have to task someone with professional diving skills to chase after him.
Well, when you put it that way, it's obvious that only Fremine would be up to the task.
Bingo! Is he around?
Yeah, we haven't seen Fremine fucking once down here. But we know he's down here. We've been told that he's down here, that he was also sent by Father alongside Linny and Lynette to investigate. So it's like, come on.
He's working today. Coming here as a group would have attracted too much attention. I'll talk to him about it later.
Please do, we're counting on you.
It's the least I can do. We're all in this together. So
Well,
it's only fair for us
for
to
different
fulfill
reasons.
our
You're
end
here
of
to
the
try and
bargain.
find if the Hydronosis is down here to let Arlecchino know where the origin of the God's power is. I'm here to try and make sure Child doesn't get fucking locked up forever or isn't dead somewhere.
Honestly,
I'm not the only
I'm
person
far
who
more
actually gives a
impressed by
shit
you
about
guys
Child.
managing to collect all this information right under Risley's watchful eyes.
Collecting information has always been our strong point.
Now, let me think. To find out more information, Fremine will have to retrace Master Child's original route. And if he's to do that, he'll have to set out on the next pipe cleaning day at the earliest. That's 6 days from now. And after that, he'll probably take another 2 or 3 days to return.
You can even estimate how long it'll take for him to get back?
We've been working together for a long time. We know each other's capabilities like the backs of our hands. Traveler, what say you to meeting here 9 days from now? We'll be able to pick up Fremine while we're at it, too.
Yeah, sure, let me just fucking mark it on my calendar. Aren't we down here for 45 days? Like, how quickly we're gonna run out of days? Our sentence is 45 days. Sure.
Oh, and there's just one last thing we'd like your help with. Though we can just sit back and wait for Fremine's report on Master Child's whereabouts, we still need to make more progress on the investigation of the Forbidden Zone. Fremine's no master of disguise. Lynette's still working on getting intel from the other areas, and I'll need to spend some time helping Fremine prepare for his diving mission. So, you are the only ones we can count on.
What do you want us to do? Will it be hard?
Well, I won't call it easy per se, but I think you'll be able to pull it off. Listen carefully. You'll need to find an excuse to get into the infirmary and investigate the room and environs. You've mentioned several sketchy-looking people always meeting at the infirmary earlier, so it probably has something to do with the secret we're hoping to uncover. You've already met the head nurse, so she'll be less suspicious of you. Investigate the internal structure of the infirmary and any active dealings within, and pass those on to me alongside anything else you're able to discover. But also, there's no need to take risks. Don't forget, safety always comes first.
Sounds good. I'll give it my best.
My apologies. I just started rambling out of habit. It was almost as if I was talking to my younger sister.
But that's not a bad thing, right?
But what if I'm the older sister? Look at how happy and proud Lumine looks of herself. It's like, what if I'm the big sis? I want to be big sis.
All right, Then we'll head out
And she just got ignored. What if I'm the big sister? Anyway.
Let's go our separate ways for now then. Don't forget, we meet here again in 9 days. Stay safe.
Yeah, and thanks for reminding me of separate ways, Linny. I will get to RE4 Remake eventually, I promise. We're doing some prep work with Paimon. You begin slowly approaching the infirmary under the guise of, I think, being injured. I didn't get to read the rest of that, so I'm guesstimating. Alright, Paimon, you're about as subtle as a brick.
Hey, stay here for now. Paimon will take a peek. There seem to be several people inside.
She's subtle as a brick through a crashed window, dude. Paimon, please. Let's try to eavesdrop on them first. You and Paimon hide in a corner and try your best to eavesdrop on the people inside. Several people appear to engage in conversation. You manage to catch bits and pieces of what they're saying.
It's not impossible.
It's a bit hard to understand them from here, so why don't we just try to talk to them in person? Let's go as soon as you're ready.
Man, the whole eavesdropping thing didn't work. Nod and take a deep long breath from inhaling a large amount of vapor from foul-smelling things around you. If you recall correctly, a potion resolve a failed attempt of alchemy once performed at Paimon during your point in your journey. Oh, we took a sick potion to make us feel off, so then we could be more convincing.
She's sick!
We poisoned ourselves to make it convincing. I wish the text didn't also scroll that fucking quick. I was trying my hardest to keep up with reading that.
Whoa, are you okay?
Wow!
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin.
Siegewine, I think Paimon is the only person in your life you've ever been able to get away with calling little one.
The traveler started complaining of a stomachache, and then nausea, and then collapsed onto the ground. Paimon doesn't know what to do. Freezing limbs, twitching fingers, and pale complexion. Could it be poison? Let me take a look. Please lie down over here.
Oof, ouch, owie, my tummy.
Don't worry, I'll get you to the bed safely. Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly.
Aww. Aww, Siegewine. I feel bad for manipulating you now. I mean, it's not really complete manipulation. We did fucking poison ourselves.
You can do it, traveler.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you.
I think it's wild that when we were quote-unquote arrested, they didn't do any kind of body search on us to see that we've got, you know, weapons and tools and poisons and like all this other shit. Like, come on, this got to be breaking, like, violating so many like rules. Each one has taken out a few instruments, gone to do a checkup. I'm not so healthy that she gets suspicious.
I see now. My checkup has confirmed that she's not in any mortal danger. That's our worst fear out of the way. Eh? Oh, that's good. But I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient now. Please, relax and take a deep breath.
Also, I want to go back to the topic from yesterday, that Siegewine is half Melusine, half human. So which human fucks one of those, like 2 foot tall animoid things? Who was like, ooh, yes, absolutely. What? I need answers. Siegewine's using her hands to palpitate different areas of my abdomen. Seems like she's using elemental energy too. Her expression's growing more and more relaxed. Hi, goddess. Oh, I hope you didn't catch what I just said. Dramatic siege. Don't you think you're being melodramatic, Siege? Maybe. Well, hi, goddess. Hope you're doing well. I hope you didn't walk in on me saying which human fucks this 2 foot tall. These 2 foot tall animoid things to make Siegewine. That would have been terrible timing. Because look, she's half human, half Melusine. The Melusine are like.
Does it hurt when I press here?
Anyway, it's not too bad.
And here?
Oh, that hurts a little.
Huh? But based on my initial checkup, there shouldn't be a problem here. Oh, how strange.
Got that, yeah, lol. But I'm glad you're alright. This is where, like, Siegewine starts poking around and finds, like, a whole bunch of genuine injuries that Lumine's just been ignoring over, like, the past few years. Like, there's like a torn muscle in her shoulder somewhere or something that they didn't even realize was there. Look at that little... like... Oh no, is my acting over the top?
What about here? Does this hurt?
No, not really. Can barely feel it.
Oh. I understand. So that's what it is. I think you just ate something that disagreed with you. That's all. Nothing too serious. Outside of a pretty bad stomachache when it decides to act up. So that's what it is. Thank goodness it's not anything more serious.
Imagine being in a room with like 2 random other convicts behind you, Paimon just kind of floating there, and just being like, stomach pains. Everyone kind of looks at each other like, alright. Alright, thanks.
And there have been other inmates complaining about the food recently. I'll inform our head chef, Mr. Woolsey, of this problem as soon as possible. Congratulations! The health risk is incredibly low, so you should recover within a couple days. Why don't you take a rest here while I go get some medicine for you? Miss Levine, I'll have to trouble you to help me look after this new patient while I'm gone.
Very well.
And she hopped away, just like that.
I've been doing the grind on main story Tower Fantasy, where I shut down the last Omnium Tower. I'm just going to say yes. I haven't played Tower Fantasy, so I'm just going to assume it's like you've done the main plot, or at least most of the main plot, and you've done some side stuff. This infiltration mission is going much more smoothly than I imagined. Next, there are only 2 people left in the room. Siege Wind called this woman Levine, so she has to be one of the frequent visitors to the infirmary I heard of before. Could that mean the man next to her is Juryu, then? Japan Genshin, then. I do want to try Tower Fantasy at some point. It's just, I mean, no, like, immediate rush. It's just kind of there.
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
Still not great. Can't keep staring at her. It'll draw more to the attention. That guy also seems to have noticed. Now he's looking in my direction, too.
Her stomach ache's really bad. She was stumbling about the whole way here, so Paimon's really worried.
If Miss Sijuin says it's not a serious problem, then there's no need to worry. She's the best medic we've got down here.
But it also looks like she's the only medic you've got down here.
Well, that's true.
What do you mean, that's true? That's really misrepresenting the situation. Of course I can't speak for the whole fortress, but it's not like everyone imprisoned here is useless, you know? Though they may have committed crimes and gotten locked up here as a result, they still know a thing or two about medicine, and they help Miss Sishuin take care of the sick
She's a
and
very
injured.
bunny doctor. You know, that's probably what they were going for.
Yeah, you're right. But did you have to lecture me about it in front of another patient? Aren't you a patient too? Where did all your energy come from?
That's correct.
If I was
Sorry,
mean,
I
I'd be
got a bit
like,
ahead of myself.
okay, so can we all like stop the shit? We can all like all 3 of us are basically acting here. So what's going on?
Are you two also sick?
We've been sick a while. I come back every once in a while for checkups, and to pick up the medicines Miss Sijuin prescribes for us. That's just the nature of chronic illnesses. As for her...
So, I don't give a flying fuck about subs and dubs and any of that shit. I play in what's most available. If you ever catch me playing a game in subs over dub, it's because either that game doesn't have an option or another game in the series doesn't have an option. So for the sake of consistency, I play it subbed. I've never given a damn. I will play it either or. I played this in English first, sticking to it. That's just always been my thing with it, Goddess. The only reason I play all the Atelier games in subbed is because only a handful of them are dubbed. Or like Crystar, for example. Crystar is dubbed, we don't know about Crime Machina, but Furyu's other games, Caligula Effect, are not, so it's just consistency from that thing. Yeah, From Zero only has sub. Oh, okay, that's fair enough. Decision's out of my hand then, so then I'll probably end up playing the rest subbed afterwards, because it'll just be consistency for the voices. Because like, I get it in my head how the characters sound, and then it sticks. So it's like the same with like Yakuza. Like Yakuza, it's like I know the new games are dubbed, and the dub casts are fantastic in their own right, don't get me wrong, but it's like I'm so used to Kiryu sounding a certain way. I'm so used to Majima sounding a certain way. So suddenly hearing an English voice coming out of him, it's just like, it feels weird. Rona's dub's awful. I have listened to a little bit of Rona's dub, and yeah, it's not brilliant. It's definitely a subject of its time. It's definitely a... Ooh. I think the mysterious dub is actually alright. I don't think... I still prefer sub in that sense, but I think, like, Sophie sounds fine. And I think Ephirus sounds fine in the dub. I have no idea who that is, but I'll take your word for it. And fair enough. Yeah, the only thing with Crystar's dub is one of my mains in Genshin, Hu Tao, is voiced by Brianna Knickerbocker. Brianna is also the voice of Rei in Crystar, which I just thought was just kind of like a cute coincidence. What should I make? Still is rent free.
You could say she fancies
fair
herself
enough.
as Miss Sijuin's capable helper because she learned a bit of medical knowledge ages ago.
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurier. Don't forget that you are the primary reason I have frequent heart palpitations.
Do you mean that in like a cute romantic way, or do you mean as in like you got into a fucking fight and like you did certain damage?
Hey, don't start arguing now, please. Keep it civil at least.
These two have a pretty terrible relationship. They only ran into each other because they came here to pick up their meds at the same time. Oh, Mama knows what done it. Oh, fair enough. But outside the two of them, there's nothing suspicious inside the room. All the files on the table appear to be patient records. And while there's a box, I can't check it out right now. Does this joke speak in any other language besides Snide? Yeah, it doesn't seem that way. I don't want many furnishings in the wall. Wait, there seems to be a movable hatch on the ground over there.
Hey! There's no need to fight! Everyone will be released someday, so there's no need to argue over silly things like this!
Release. It's way too early for us to even think about that. And who the heck knows if we'd even be able to continue our previous lives?
The presence of a movable hatch isn't strange by itself, but perhaps it's my adventurous intuition speaking. But isn't it a little bit strange that there's a movable hatch here of all places? Is it hiding something?
Please allow me to end this boring and useless conversation.
Jesus Christ, these two are meant for each other. They're both as snidey as each
I
other.
don't want to see your face here again anytime soon.
And same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me.
I
So
want to
I'm
remind
going
you
to
all
get
that the
out of
rumors
this
we heard is that
excessively
these two were
noisy
dating.
place.
When we
See
were
you
trying to
later,
find out
everyone.
more about what's going on in this room. It's like, oh, there's two people that are going there. Maybe they're secretly dating. No, these two fucking hate each other's guts. It just so happens they both get their meds at the same time. And rumors be rumors just spun it out of control.
He just slowly walked off.
Covered by
like
boxes
that?
more suspicious. Yeah, the fact it's hidden away.
That's just what he's like. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. I'm Lorvine, and that's... Well, his name is Jurier, but I hope you'll never have cause to remember his name.
You really can't stand him, huh?
I mean, can you blame me? Who would like someone who's as arrogant and obsessed with weird research topics as he is? But there's no need to keep dwelling on him.
I mean, that's true, I guess, but I don't think it's that kind of situation, one man. I don't think this is that. I think these two just genuinely really fucking hate each other.
I'll accompany you two for a while. Miss Sijuin should be back soon, and I'm sure you'll feel better as soon as you've had some of her medicine.
Thanks for looking after me.
No, it's nothing.
I'm back! Did you rest like you promised?
No, because these two argued. I'd just be like, no, fuck these
Thank you for
guys.
getting our medicine, Miss Sijuin.
Someone argues like that without someone throwing out slaps. Yeah. You pick a fight that hard, someone will swing.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here, this should be 2 days worth of medicine for you. Take one.
Nah, I don't get Sin. I get genuinely fucking despises him so much she wants everyone to despise him. You take your stomachache pill that Sijuin gave you.
Miss Lorvine, I left in a bit of a hurry just now. Do you still remember if we discussed the color of the pill that you should be taking today?
I remember. You said it should be yellow.
They talked about that before we walked in. Why don't I remember?
Yellow, huh? I understand.
Said
These
it.
are yours. Please, make sure to go to bed early after taking them tonight. You'll benefit from a good night's sleep.
All right, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better soon, too.
Oh, cheers.
See ya! I'm going to fill out your medical record now. You're widely known as the Traveler, right? I just want to double-check
But I can't just write the Traveler on your medical record. I need a name. I need a name. I can't just put blonde woman either, so don't start with that.
Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the Traveler rest? Paimon can answer the questions instead.
Voice. Previous dialogue boxes. If you mean logs, yes, but not during. Not during the cutscene. It's after the cutscene ends. There's an archive that keeps all lines.
Secondary symptoms of nausea. Is there anything else? That's it. Alright then. Is there anything we should know besides to take the meds? No, her base constitution is quite good. So I'm sure she'll recover quite quickly after taking the medicine. Please, make sure to stick to bland or less stimulating foods. And don't stay up too late at night. Got it. Paimon will hold the Traveler to that for sure.
I think it's kinda. Well, God, it's kinda. I see it. Sijuan's still looking at me. I should try to take a nap, like she said.
You're going to take a nap already? Okay then, you get some rest.
They're self-runs but not related. You move yourself to a regular patient's bed and relax completely. The weariness of work and intel gathering makes you knock out. However, you still catch some hints from Paimon's conversation with Sijuan.
We've been to lots of places together. She may look a bit under the weather now, but she's actually super strong. Oh, so you're the best of companions. Well, don't worry, she'll recover soon.
Companion, wave of comfort. You relax and have a restful sleep. Oh, you're awake. It was suddenly fucking Skyrim. Like the means just in Skyrim all of a sudden. What's going on here?
How do you feel? You slept for a really long time, but we never left.
I feel a lot better. Thank you both.
Well, now you can go back without a worry in the world. Remember to take your meds regularly. And
So no, don't take me back. Don't put me in fucking Elder Scrolls again, please.
Thank you, Miss
Sijuan.
Sijuan.
Alright, so where am I fucking looking? Ah, no, we can't see Act 4 until Act 4's done. Okay, you have to remind me when the story's actually done then, if you want me to check that. Because it only goes as far as Act 3, it's only got all the prison shit and finding that. Which makes sense. Because you can literally just, like, go to anything.
It looks so dangerous.
God, I remember? Hang on.
There are a few of these statues.
Remember when
scattered
Paimon's
across
voice
the land to
wasn't
show
that
the
high
seven's
pitched?
protection over the world. Among the 7 gods, this god controls the wind. There'll definitely be someone there who knows about your
Remember?
brother. At least
Pepperidge
that's
Farm
what Paimon
remembers
thinks.
back in 1.0 when
Whether the
Paimon's
gods
form
actually
wasn't that
answer you
high
is a
pitched.
different
And then we get to like now.
Yep, here's the room, and it's empty and waiting for us as promised. Navia is such a good person.
Things have changed. Things have changed. From what we've been able to tell, I don't know if it's actually true or not. I think it was something to do with like the voice that Corey did here was harder on the actress's throat, I believe, or something like that. Whilst the voice she does now it's more natural for her to be able to do it. She finds it easier. I might be, like, completely misguided on that. That might just not be true. But I remember there being something about that back in, like, 1.2 that, like, the direction changed a little bit because it was easier on her throat. It was a strain on her voice. Yeah. That's what I always hear. Anyway, let's return to the dorms. How? I mean, I find higher pitched voices easier on my throat than only slightly higher pitched voices, because it feels like you have to kind of find a focus point. If you just go high, you just go high. If you have to go slightly high, you have to kind of find a middle point between it, and you have to put that kind of focus in play to make sure your voice stays there at that level without going too much higher or lower.
You really are something.
So
You
I
don't
can see
fall
it.
asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire time. You scared Paimon half to death.
Yeah, but like for me, like if I just go, hey, da ba da ba da, A B C D, oh, Paimon says this, Paimon says that, that's super easy on my throat. That's why I say I get it. Then like a normal voice, it might sound like a normal voice for the character, but Corey in real life, I'm pretty sure doesn't sound like that. Did I say anything I shouldn't have?
No, but you kept mumbling things along the lines of, Pyron, don't take my grilled fish and put down the Adeptus Temptation.
The only one that I know was actual direction change was Kokomi. Kokomi in 2.0 versus Kokomi in 2.1. Same actress, you wouldn't fucking think it because the voice direction changed.
Paimon talked with Sijuin the entire time you were asleep.
She voices Compa? Oh, I didn't know that.
She's just a sincere
When I think of like
nurse, and Paimon didn't
Corey,
notice anything
the
unusual
first
in
or
the room.
Corina, I
You're sure
immediately
we're
think
not going
of
off
the girl
track
from
with
the
the
AI,
infirmary?
the Somnium Files. You're really off track though. There's still a few weird things about the place. The movable hatch on the ground, as well as the question Siegewin asked Levine, and also were they really talking about their meds before we walked in? Oh, and was Levine and Jiraiya's argument genuine, or were they putting on a show? Paimon, hear me out.
Whoa, you really are super thorough. All those tiny little suspicious things that Paimon didn't even pick up on. We've got to get the info to Linny.
For the next few days, we do our usual shit. And sit around and think like keyword rating to your suspicions on a piece of paper. Or you make notes. So you can just be like, okay, we need to remember what we got. You manage to pass the slip to a busy Lynette as she happens to pass by. Her disguise is impeccable and she does not look at you nor change her expression as she pockets the info. Oh, like a fucking professional. Yeah! Look at her go. Nice to see you, Lynette. I miss you. And finally, the promised 9th day arrives. Question about Genshin, by the way. Since way further than I got, do you ever encounter the opposite MC as a boss? We have encountered him several times. We've never fought him. Or we've encountered him in part. We've only met face to face with him once, directly so far, but we haven't fought him, but we know he's not on our side. Whatever opposite NPC you have, literally leads the Abyss Order. And Dean Slith is actively trying to track them down. We've encountered a few times, but we've never, like, directly, like, confronted or fought. The closest we got was when we was exploring the depths of the chasm, and we saw all the Hilichurls that were basically on a suicide march, and I'm not even kidding, that's exactly what they were doing. Hilichurls technically can't truly ever die, but when they start to lose their minds, they march themselves into the depths of the chasm to just rot away for eternity. They literally go suicide march into the depths. And the opposite NPC went to visit them to either give them comfort in their final moments before they lose their minds so much they're just brainless monsters, or in other ways deal with them. We're not 100% sure, but that was the closest we got to meeting them since that first encounter. And she's Bisha, my apologies. Fair enough. Oh, Bisha makes more sense. That sounds that makes sense. I'm sitting in my head like hearing to the voice, I'm like, yeah, that makes way more sense.
Any trouble over the past few days?
The whole thing about the sorceress converting, we don't know, and I also don't think it's the truth. What I think actually happened is that there's a 500-year gap between when each twin landed in the planet. Landed in Tevat. The first sibling landed in the middle of the Archon War 500 years ago and was in Khaenri'ah. And so although explored the world, got to see firsthand the gods destroy a nation solely because it was a nation that had power to rival gods despite having no god. And it unsettled them enough to want to lead the remnants of Khaenri'ah after the war ended, which, if you don't know, the Hilichurls are the Khaenri'ans. The Hilichurls were once human, but because of the blight and the abyss that was thrown across that entire region, it converted all of them. And so he decided to lead them and then form the Abyss Order. Fast forward 500 years, that's when our character landed and is now picking up the pieces. Both Lumine and Aoife are supposed to be thousands of years old. Which is why, like, that can happen. Like, because they're otherworldly beings. They're literally aliens to this planet, technically. Which is why the rules don't apply to them. It's why we can use magic even though we don't have visions. But the encounter will come, but I don't think it's going to be yet. They're absolutely going to save that for, like, final boss shit, you know? In, like, 2 years from now.
No, we just worked our shifts according to the schedule. Nothing weird happened.
Yeah, the Unknown God, which is what she's officially called, when she captured both of you, my theory is to get you out of that heavenly realm. So it was more to remove you from it so that she could be in there entirely. But we know literally nothing on the Unknown Goddess. The Unknown Goddess is the one thread that literally hasn't been touched once since launch. Unfortunately. Everything else has been touched at least a couple times. Like, we know more about the Cerisa. We know a hell of a lot more about the Harbingers. We know... And the only thing that we kind of know is at the end of Sumeru, we learned that us and the Twin are not the first aliens from another world to end up in Teyvat. In fact, there are 3 people before us who landed in Teyvat who have no existence or origin of anything across the whole planet. And that's the only thing that could be a tie to that to the Unknown God. But we don't know. But we know that there are 3 people before us who stepped foot on this planet and could still be on the planet, we don't know, who don't have any origin in it. Which was huge. It was like, what the fuck when we learned that? I was like, that's a huge new revelation.
That's good. That means you didn't raise any suspicions when you infiltrated the infirmary.
Yeah, every 6 weeks there's a new patch and there's usually new events. There's only like 2 events I can think of that are really like have any kind of consideration on the plot, and that was 1.1 and 2.8. 1.1 because that introduced Scaramouche. We got to meet Scaramouche early, and 2.8 because it was character driven and you learned a lot more about Kazuya, Mona, Fischl. I forgot who the 4th person was who was with that group, but there was another person in that group, I promise, that you know, like, we learnt more of them, but that's it. All the other events are just kind of fun distractions that don't really involve the plot. The overworld map, bigger and larger in mass, yeah. And to be fair, their map design skills get better every time they add new map. We are long since removed from just giant fields of Mondstadt. Fontaine is extremely dense with shit to do.
We've taken a look at the slip you've sent. Fremine successfully left the grounds via the pipes 2 days ago.
I mean, we're literally in a prison that you can see in the outside map.
Infiltrated the infirmary after faking
but it goes
illness.
like severely deep underground, and it's not even the deepest point. The chasm's the deepest point. The game came out in 2020. It came out September the 28th, 2020. You don't have a dating thing. You have, I forgot what it's called. I mean, it's kind of like a dating sim, but it's no dating. It's like a mini quest system with 4-star characters that you have dialogue options. Today is the 3rd anniversary of Genshin Impact. 2022, 2021, 2020. Today exactly is the 3rd anniversary of Genshin Impact.
Wait, why is she getting involved as well?
You already went above and beyond when you scoped out the infirmary. To put it more bluntly, even if we were to view that as something you did in exchange for Fremine's help, you've already done more than enough. Infiltrating a guarded stronghold is a different kind of job
like
from
they
a one-off investigation.
if I forget what they're called, I can try. I think they're called hangout quests. Yeah, actually they are. When it's like certain 4-star characters, you can literally hang out with them, and depending on your dialogue options, it leads to different things. That's cute. I wish we got more of them. It feels like we get one every now and then when they remember. And I also don't know why they are so biased that Noelle has 2 unique hangout quests and everyone else has 1. It's like, alright, we get it. You like Noelle. Including one where you, like, watch the sunset under a tree, laying on the grass, looking into each other's eyes, all soulfully, and it's like, what the fuck?
Lynette also felt like you have already taken the first step for us, so she should be the one to finish the job.
So that's what Lynette thinks. Oh, Paimon hopes everything's going well for her.
I'm not opposed to helping you.
Perhaps that's
I'm not opposed to helping Lynette. You, on the other hand, yeah.
Good people.
Lynette's like, picking a favorite between the twins? It's like, you're damn
else.
right. One of them is respectful. One of them is loud. You're loud.
The matter of our respective loyalties.
Yeah, and Linnea's putting the obvious in front of us. We're here to try and look out for Child. You're here to try and look for the God's power.
You've mentioned before that you've had some run-ins with the Fatui. I can understand that feeling. So I assume you're just helping us out of the kindness of your hearts?
Well, everyone could use some more friends. We'll be counting on you to help us in the future, too.
Yeah, besides, Linnea, there's a genuine chance you could be our ticket into Snezhnaya. Because by the time we get to Snezhnaya in the story, there's no way in hell that entire region won't be aware from us and ready to kick our ass. We're the reason their plan nearly failed in Leeway. We're the reason one of their leading politicians died in Inazuma. We're one of the reasons that Dottore can't continue any of his real experiments with cloning in Sumeru. We're gonna be the reason we probably piss off Arlecchino here in Fontaine. Like, there's no way in hell we're just gonna be able to walk into Russia when all of Russia knows our name. You know? Yeah, Genshin servers used to have a lot of trouble. They're relatively good now. The only thing is leaking, and that's just because beta servers exist, and people go into the beta server. But a lot of, like, server trouble that we had in the early days. Firstly, it was only on the PC version, so if you played it on console, you never got touched. And secondly, a lot of it got cleaned out fucking forever ago. It's just because they always do closed betas. Like, for example, this is 4.1. When 2 days before 4.1 dropped, 4.2's beta started up. So, which is why we already knew in advance that Farina and Charlotte were going to be playable, because people who played the beta went, oh yeah, they're in that. It's how we already know that, like, we're getting another map expansion. The only leaks I don't pay attention to, like, I don't mind paying attention to character leaks, because it gives me, because, you know, it's money at the end of the day. It gives me more of a forewarning of what characters I might want to get and what ones I don't want to get. I ignore any story spoilers because I actually really care about the story and learning. And I ignore music spoilers because the music's never finished in the beta. And so if you go out of your way to listen to the music in the beta files, it won't be the final track and you might be letting yourself down. Because it won't be finished. Sometimes it's literally just the MIDI files that you get in the beta. The biggest example was La Senora's boss theme in 2.1. Her boss theme, it was literally just the MIDI file in the beta, and people who didn't know that they only get the MIDI files were like, oh man, her boss theme sucks. And then it came out and it was this full rock opera, and we was like, oh, oh. It's like, see, this is why you don't listen to the MIDI files. You don't listen to the beta. You let them cook, and then you listen to it when it's done.
Glad to hear it. Then, let's go check on Lynette before Fremine returns.
It's Fremine? We ever gonna see Fremine? We keep on hearing that he's around. Do they just, like, not get him in to record any voice lines for this? It feels like Fremine's just, we've been told he's around.
According to my observations, Sigewinne always spends around half an hour away from the infirmary right before lunch. Lynette knows this as well, so this should be a good time to meet up with
But the thing is that you can, like, the leaks beyond betas of, like, insiders and whatnot are getting more scarce and more unreliable because Hoyoverse and Entirely Fair are getting better at cracking down on it. And making sure, like, you know, people who are trying to deliberately get in to spew information are getting caught and removed. People who try and hack in, they don't get any success, etc, etc. So it seems like, when's Arlecchino gonna drop? No one knows when Arlecchino is going to drop. We just know she's going to be playable. We know she's coming, but we don't know when. When, like, back in, like, the 2-point series, or even, like, some of the 3-point series, we literally knew in 3.0 that Dia was 3.5. You know? Like, we knew. because of like leaks and shit. Like because of like people getting in. So like things have changed. We knew that Dottore was going to be in the story, but he's not going to be playable yet, and he probably won't be until at the earliest Snezhnaya, if he's even playable at all.
Also,
hey, we heard about
I'm
that
her
too.
brother, remember? It's only natural for an older brother to care about his younger sister's well-being.
Okay, then let's head over right away.
I mean, Lumine in the corner. I want to be the big sister. I'm not sure. I think that was my. That might have been the internet stuttered for a second, but it was only a stutter. All I did was run down the corridor. I just waited because I saw it started buffering. All I did was run down the corridor. There was no dialogue. Huh.
Strange. Lynette?
As expected, Sigewinne isn't here, but why isn't Lynette here?
She could have found a lead and left to follow it.
No, Lynette rarely deviates from the plan.
Uh-oh.
We agreed that if she were to make changes on the fly, she'd find a way to let me know. Unless...
Let's see if there are any clues around
Yeah,
here.
let's not start panicking. I know you're like a big brother, and so the slight thought of anything going wrong to your little sister is going to make alarm bells go off for you. I get it, bro. But let's just look around first.
There are some books here and a few files. They all look like medical records. Advanced nursing, how to raise the spirit of your patients, a quick guide to the psychology of emotions, and the meaning of laughter. These sure are some interesting books. Who knew Sigewinne would be interested in these kinds of things? She even has books on understanding people's motivations and feelings.
Yeah, it's because she's half Melceline, and it's been established that Melceline,
She's a Melazine?
all the way
Or
very,
does she
oh,
have a need
Melceline,
to
sorry.
understand her patient's emotional state?
Melcelines have a completely different understanding of emotions than humans. So even ignoring the fact she's a doctor, of course she's going to have books on like human feelings and the importance of human feelings, because it's not inherent to her genetics. Like her fundamental body's reaction that leads to emotions works differently from humans. That's been like regularly established, Paimon.
Seems quite normal to me.
I know she's half and half, but
These
still.
are skills that would come in handy for a nurse from time to time.
Meanwhile, Linny's like, she's a fucking doctor, Paimon. Like, Linny's literally saying one man's words.
None of the beds have any signs of having been slept in. Except that one over there.
That's the one Lynette must have used, right? You said she was pretending to be sick.
She would have said her migraine was having a particularly bad flare-up. Generally speaking, the head nurse would then ask her to lie down and rest, while she left to retrieve the medication.
There's something about your wording, Linny, that tells me that she actually has migraines relatively often. She didn't say she's having a migraine. She said she's having a particularly bad flare-up. Does Lynette get migraines often? Because if so, I relate. I feel for her a lot more all of a sudden. She gets migraines often. No wonder she's so blunt and like so cut and dry in how she talks. So she's probably got like a banging headache like all the time. But his bed is still unmade.
Which means either the head nurse didn't return the entire time from when Lynette laid down up until she left the bed, or the nurse intentionally left it this way.
Oh no, it's not a good sign. And Linny's getting more worried that something's happened to his sister. Anyway, about that... Yeah, this that we found hidden away.
Ah, this is it! We saw it before!
We? Like, Lumine looks at Paimon. We? What do you mean we? I spotted it.
This thing? It doesn't look like it's been disguised that well.
He leans down to get closer to the movable hatch, starts tapping at several points.
The space behind it is empty. From its size, I don't think it's an entrance that is meant to be taken apart. There's probably a mechanism around here somewhere. Could Lynette have tried to get inside? But if that's the case, she would have contacted me for sure. Let's look around here for some more clues. Don't panic, just take another look.
Who are you telling to not panic? You? Look on Linny's face. He's definitely beginning to panic. Don't I wrote this game. He probably said that subconsciously more for himself than anything else. Yeah, because he's genuinely concerned something's happened to his sister. I get it, dude.
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper over here.
A slip of paper?
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, out of respect for your usual practices, I'll use a piece of paper or card as the medium to pass on my message. You may consider this as me giving you my best regards.
This is...
Is that all?
Anything on the back?
The back. This is...
You're a terrible detective, Paimon. You get left a stray note, and when you finish reading, you swing that paper around to the back quickly before you even put it down.
Show me. Now!
Linny, calm down. Don't get worked up.
That look on your face. Paimon's reading it now. Would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be right now? No. Could she have... Is she already...
Wriothesley. Did he deliberately leave the infirmary unguarded to use it as bait?
Wait, you mean he was aware of our goals from the very beginning? But why? We didn't run into any trouble last time, and he also never reached out to us since.
Why would he choose to act during our second infiltration attempt instead of the first?
Yes, that is a crucial question. Wriothesley, he doesn't do anything without a clear goal or reason. So this means he had no concerns about your activities from the very beginning. You're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulet, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. We're a completely different story, though.
Why did he only go after Lynette?
I'd like to know that, too. Why did he only go after her? Don't panic. Just think everything over.
Linny, you're saying don't panic to yourself again, dude.
This is not like what happened last time. The situation's different now.
Oh no, he's struggling to stay calm because he knows if he freaks out and panics, shit could get worse. He needs to try and think logically and be blunt and be sharp on it. But his emotions is like, my sister's in trouble. I get it, Linny. Oh my god, this poor guy. I feel for him all of a sudden. I'm like, in his mind, his heart is screaming at him. Lynette's in trouble. My sister's in trouble. I have to do something. I have to do something. Whilst his brain is like, if I freak out, it'll just get worse. I have to try and think this through.
The fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds, could Wriothesley have let him go as well?
But what does he gain by letting Fremine leave like that?
I get it now. What does he mean get? I don't get it. He deliberately made them both disappear.
So he's challenging me and trying to provoke me, I'm sure of it. We never should have sent out Fremine. We had to go through all that trouble to find an opening to sneak him around the guards and into the pipe, and we even thought luck was on our side. If Wriothesley let him leave on purpose, then he's probably in a terrible spot now as well.
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. We have to calm him down.
Time to use the magic words that always work when someone's freaking out. I say, glaring directly at my screen with the most deadpan, it never fucking works. Linny, calm down.
Don't be like this, Linny. Fremine wouldn't have left if we hadn't told you about Child. That was our fault.
No, I'm the leader of this operation, and I'm the one responsible for this team. I was the one who failed to protect them. I'll go talk to Wriothesley.
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please talk some sense into him.
I simply cannot allow Lynette to be abducted again.
Yeah, and there it is. For those of you unaware, there was a point in time where Lynette was literally kidnapped and then sold as a, I'm not even kidding on this, child sex slave to another individual, and the only reason she's still around is because Arlecchino caught wind of it, murdered everyone in that facility, and saved not just Lynette, but all the other girls that were locked in the basement during that situation, and then afterwards adopted both Linny and Lynette into her orphanage to protect them. So for Linny, the idea of Lynette getting taken again, yes, that probably all of that is racing through his head. Of when he failed to protect Lynette before and everything happened to her before. So yeah, I'm not surprised Linny, like, I didn't even think about that until Linny just said it, and then it was like, oh shit, you know, like, uh-oh.
I have to go. I'll find a way to get them back.
Linny, uh-oh.
He's rushed out the door! After him!
Uh-oh, but yeah, before this gets way worse. Siege win! She was
I
grinning!
feel like we still have some room to make changes on these details.
It's not impossible, but it'll require extensive testing.
Sorry, I thought my internet went for a second again. I was just checking something quick. Oh, I mean, it is trying to go. Hang on, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna see what it does. It's trying to go. It's flashing at me again. I'm gonna see what it does. Give me just 1 second, guys. I'd rather catch it now than wait. Oh, come on. We had a good, like, full stream yesterday. Don't start fucking me over today. How are we doing on you guys' end? Is it buffering for you guys now, or has it just sorted itself? Because it stopped flashing. For anyone watching this in post, my internet started flashing, so I'm just making sure it still holds. We good? I'm gonna brave continuing on, because I think it seems to clear it up on my end.
Is that so? Very well. Then please be mindful of the time. Huh?
Is someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. They'll probably come in once we stop talking. Someone! Please help! She's sick!
Oh, we were played like a fucking fiddle.
Whoa, are you okay?
These two. As expected, they've already found this place. Oh, they are quite sharp. What a delightful turn of events. I like smart people, but I also like playing dumb. I like the feeling of being trusted.
You little... night. This little bitch.
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin. Being able to read human expressions is quite the useful skill. Wait!
We were played by like a damn fiddle. Linny. Can I like backtrack and be like, oi, I see you, Siegeween, where are you? I know you're out here.
Take it easy.
He's already out of sight! How is he so fast? Let's go head him off at Risley's office!
Alright. Let's see how this goes.
Come out and face me, Risley!
Aren't we at an administrative office space? Why don't you at least try to follow even a couple rules from the fortress's indoor management regulations?
What did you do to my sister?
I ran into the young miss at the infirmary. I'd heard that she was suffering from quite the migraine, so I decided to invite her over for a cup of tea. I do have some teas in my collection that can work wonders against such an illness.
Stop joking around! Where did you take my siblings?
I have also heard that your performances are quite the spectacle. Miss Lynette would sometimes enter a box filled with water, only to emerge the next second from another place altogether. Maybe she'll appear behind you right now if you were to turn your head.
Is he trying to trick me into turning my head? No, he's probably not looking to attack me right now. All of the hostages are in his hands, and he's even in the mood for small talk. That means Lynette is probably still alive. You knew we were investigating the infirmary from the start, so you deliberately aroused the Traveler's suspicions and baited us into continuing our investigation, just so that you'd be able to kidnap Lynette. As for Fremine, no, you probably didn't even interfere with Child's escape. You let him go, so you could purge the Fatui members that we had planted into your ranks.
There was no need to do so. The Fortress of Meripede is a pretty pleasant place. Most people enjoy their lives here. The only ones who act differently are those with personal agendas. It was quite easy to identify your colleagues.
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escape so Father would assign our team to come down and investigate. Fremine has also fallen into your hands, right? If you're oh so omnipotent and so in control, why would you need hostages?
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
Wriothesley. This motherfucker's like, hey look, I've got the girl. Don't know where Fremine is. You can do whatever the fuck he wants.
He's not. What do you really want?
Lenny!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this once. Thank you so much for cooperating with me.
Where is Linnae and Fremine?
Eager and to the point, I see. Alas,
Lynette.
only Miss Lynette is currently having a cup of the fortress's finest tea. Although, as per your original plan, Mr. Fremine should also have returned to the fortress by now. But he has neither shown up within my gates, nor has he been taken into any kind of custody. So, where do you think he may be right now?
Wait, you can't mean you locked him outside in the sea?
I closed the fortress's gate to the outside world. That's all.
Fremine's a star diver, so he should be fine, right?
No, we're still here, so he definitely tried to find a way to come back for us. So we can't assume he might have made a break for the surface.
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience with you, of course. My intel tells me that Mr. Linney is a great magician, so it's only natural for me to want to have some cards of my own when it comes to negotiating. Besides, I do recall you mentioning to Miss Lynette that you've always wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with the Lord of the Fortress of Meripede, regardless of whether it was in a personal or a professional capacity. Well, you got your wish.
So, you've been keeping tabs on us before we even set foot in the fortress.
Some of my folks just happened to hear a thing or two, that's all. In any case, I will be straight with you. I was willing to play dumb and turn a blind eye, so we had a pleasant few days playing games together here. But once you started focusing on the Forbidden Zone, all of that changed. Mr. Linney, the cards are stacked against you right now. Miss Lynette is in my hands, and Mr. Fremine is still slowly being pickled out there in the brine. You know just as well as I that he cannot last out there forever. You need do but one thing to guarantee their safety. I would like you to contact your superior, and ideally invite her over for a cup of tea with me.
Ooh, Wriothesley, I don't think you 100% understand the fire you're playing with. These are basically Arlecchino's children, and if you get on the wrong... If you are literally holding one of her kids hostage, she will fucking kill you. We literally have been over this the last time someone tried to kidnap Lynette.
You want to see Father? But why should she bother giving you an audience?
Well, if she cares for the well-being of her dearest children, she should have plenty of motivation to join me for a parents' evening.
Parents' evening? Like it's a fucking after-school meeting with your teachers. Fuck off.
I've heard that the bonds between the members of the House of the Hearth are like the bonds of family. I don't see why she would refuse.
Why did you think Father sent us to handle the Fortress of Meripede? This place is basically a no-man's land. It wouldn't be fitting for anyone as important as a harbinger like Father to come here in person.
Oh, I see. So it's because she doesn't care for my place here. That's such a shame. After all, I've amassed quite the tea collection. I was looking forward to sharing it with her. Both Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina have already received many samples as gifts.
Was this the extent of your master plan to get to Father? No matter how much pressure you may put on me, I won't allow you to use us to blackmail her.
You people really are difficult to get along with. All I'm asking for is a face-to-face conversation. Does she truly have no interest in the fortress's secret? Mr. Linney, You have one last chance to invite your father here. If you refuse...
Lenny!
Why did you have to do this?
Instead of asking why I'm doing this, why don't you try to see things from my perspective for a second? From the very beginning, the Fatui has been actively infiltrating my fortress. I gave you a warning by cutting off the first few operatives I found, but that only caused you to double down. Had you given up on the fortress then and there, I'd have no reason to want to talk. Mr. Fremenet left the fortress on his own, and Miss Lynette tried to pry out my secrets right in front of me. No matter how you look at it, the responsibility for this falls on you.
I shouldn't ask Father to do anything because of us.
6, 5...
Wait,
2, 1. Time's up. It really is a shame, Mr. Linney.
Risley!
Negotiations have broken down. Please leave, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for my afternoon tea.
Please wait. We really not talk about this some more.
Yeah, listen to the Traveler. If you can't talk to Lenny, can you at least talk to us?
You do realize that I'm only letting you go because of Neuvillette, yes? You're here helping him out, and I've already done my best to stay out of your way. But that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The fortress may be small and remote, but it still has its own set of laws.
I want to save Fremenet and Lynette too. If you're trying to do me a favor for Neuvillette, my favor extends to them.
Then how about this? Those who are capable deserve respect. You've spent quite some time investigating my home turf by now, so why don't you tell me a thing or two about what you found? I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer all of them correctly, and I'll agree to your request.
Oh, shit.
Question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the production zone, what is the truth behind the one about not being allowed to work for 3 days in a row?
Can't believe he's asking about the hidden rules. If I recall correctly, if you keep working without any rest, during the lunch hour of the 3rd day, you'll find a portion of strange meat in your welfare meal. It's a good thing we've already run through the investigation on this. Let's see if I can remember all the clues. It's Siegewin's doing it. Break a hidden rule in the production zone. Your welfare meal might contain some strange meat.
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before
It's Siegewin.
lunch.
We know it's Siegewin.
But what could Siegewin be doing during that time?
What strange meat appears the way it does?
The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't...
It's not Fonta.
We often see Miss Siegewin observing the prisoners at work near their production. I've been told that the infirmary is... Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an According to Collins, the Pancration tournament... Fonta's internal reports... I've been told that the infirmary is always... The Fonta promoter has been... According to Collins...
I'm not sure what that last piece is.
We often see Miss Siegewin
Who will see if you keep working constantly? Miss Siegewin.
Fonta's internal reports... We often see Miss Siegewin observing the prisoners at work near their production zone. It seems like she can perceive the general state of a person's health just by looking at them. Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial...
Why does the
of an
strange meat appear the way it
unnamed
does?
and
It's because they've been
unpackaged
doing new trials.
But... The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the
Ah, 2 right, 1 wrong. Why does the strange meat appear?
The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he... According to Collins, the research note said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from humans.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the reunion quest is not an event though. The reunion quest was chapter 1, act 4. It came out in between Leeway and Inazuma, like in 1.4.
So that's what's going on. Paimon understands it now. Who would have guessed?
Oh, it is sadly, no worries. Yeah, it was 1.4, so 6, 12, 18, 24 weeks after launch, so yeah, it was a little while after it came out. Yeah, Siege Wind was the one that poisons the food from the first rumor.
The hidden rule of the production zone.
Oh my god, Paimon, you still have these stupid glasses? Oh my god.
In a row, and if they do, they'll get
Go into detective mode.
meat in their welfare meal. At first we thought this strange meat must have something to do with the people who disappeared. But in reality, they were all prepared by Sijuin, the head nurse. She often visits the production zone to observe the workers' health and makes a note of anyone who has worn themselves out after 3 full days of work. Out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as her genuine concern for the workers' health, Sijuin visits the cafeteria right before lunch and cooks an extra dish for those who can use the stamina boost. Sijuin has only the best intentions with her surprise gift and doesn't want anyone to find out about what she does. However, unfortunately, Melusines as a race perceive the world differently from humans, and their sense of aesthetics is even more alien to us. The recipients of her lovingly prepared special meals cannot taste the care within and usually just freak out. Are we on the right track?
Not bad. You've uncovered Sijuin's secret and even guessed her intentions correctly as well. It's nice to know that her efforts have not gone unacknowledged. Alright, now for my next question. There are also some hidden rules in the Pancration.
Okay, yeah, he's got to go through what's the second hidden rule, and then the third one is child's bullshit. The second one is all to do with sponsor, of what they set up. Hidden rules of the pancreation ring. I remember, if someone tries to support both bugs at the same time, they receive a package in the next morning, which contains a strange blood-covered liquid. Yeah, no, it's not an actual threat. It's an advertising scheme gone wrong with Fonta's new mix. We've also done a lot of research on the matter. Let's sift through what we found and come up with the correct answer. What happens if you violate the rule? If you violate the rules, you get a bag containing what looks like blood, but it's not. It's just a different flavour of Fonta. Who sent the package?
I've been told that the infirmary is always...
Nope.
Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting...
That's later.
The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he...
It might be that
we
one.
often see Miss Sijuin...
No.
The research note said that the According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company sponsored it.
I think.
According
Sponsor?
to Collins, the Fonta promoter has been struggling. Fonta's internal reports suggest...
Because it's starting a new trial, and then this one is this one.
The Fonta promoter has...
I hope. Damn it, they're the other way around.
I've been told that the infirmary is... We often see Miss Sijuin. The research note said that According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company sponsored it. The Fonta promoter has been struggling.
There we go. Those two had to be the other way around. I was nearly there. Okay, we consistently be doing it on the second attempt, though.
Paimon gets this rule too now.
So it was literally just a misunderstanding.
To be afraid of.
It wasn't actually someone getting threatened with blood in a bottle. It was Fonta's new recipe and their weird promotion deal that got misunderstood somewhere along the line.
That hidden rule of the Pancration ring is about how, people are not supposed to bet on both boxers at the same time. And if they do,
I also appreciate Linny's patience. Linny's just standing there like his sister's been kidnapped. Fremenate could be dying right now because he's out in the deep ocean in just like an oxygen suit, and that could break at any moment or run out of oxygen because he's not naturally gifted with Fontaine's bullshit, so he can't just breathe the water. Meanwhile, we're just here like, well, according to my notes, pulling out the book and the glasses, this rule is because of this, and this. And Rosie's like, oh, well done. And Lily's in the corner like, I'm gonna fucking kill this man.
People get scared when they see it because they've subconsciously begun to associate it with the missing boxer. But really, it's just a bottle of the latest yet-to-be-named
Oh, I know, right? Yeah.
Blood-red
And he's going to make us
drink.
solve the third one as
It's
well.
no
But the third
wonder
one was
even
what
Fonta's
Child
own
made
staff
up, I
were
believe,
questioning the
to
company's
get people away
decision-making.
from the pipes so he could investigate it for an escape route.
The company, facing backlash from its own staff, decided to try to trial the product on a smaller scale to see how it might be received by customers. They came to the Fortress of Meropide and offered to sponsor the Pancration tournament so they could push their new product. But the Duke completely refused to even entertain the idea. The Duke, knowing how valuable coupons are in the fortress, knew that only total idiots who didn't understand their true value would bother buying a Fanta product here. And so, only those who proved their stupidity by being dumb enough to bet on two opposing sides of the same match were selected to receive the drinks.
I acknowledge the effort you've put into bringing the truth of this mystery to light. Although, based on your description, that Fanta promoter is a bit too careless with his words. I may just reconsider my collaboration with the company. All right, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our
Oh,
head
he doesn't care about
nurse
the pipes.
and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Ooh. We don't have all the info on that. We just have the pieces.
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley. You know that we
Lily's had
haven't
enough.
finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question. The thought of sparing Lynette and Fremine never even crossed your mind.
Linny!
You'll pay for this! Ah!
Lenny, are you alright?
Did Risley just Giga Chad, like, just take the punch to the chest and not move? Please tell me he did. Look at that fucking grin on Risley. He absolutely just Giga Chadded that and just took the punch to the chest.
Oh, close one. I owe you, Siegeween. That was a
Oh, never mind,
fantastic
Siegeween
shot.
fucking sniped him.
It was nothing, Your Grace.
Literally fucking sniped him.
Siegeween? Though this gun may look like a toy, it's actually fully functional, as I just demonstrated.
Siegeween. You...
Are you his accomplice in all this?
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the fortress, and thus protecting it is my duty. When Monsieur Nervulette asked me to come here, he told me that my job would be to take care of the well-being of everyone here. I am merely discharging my duties.
It's more like, oh, you running into me, bruh? I just grabbed a small snack and after you, though. Yeah.
But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Linny someone you should be looking after as well? Isn't he a resident here just like the rest of us?
If you're so close with New Valet, why not learn a thing or two about virtue from him?
But I really am just doing what Monsieur Nervulette told me to do. Everything I did, I've done to protect them. Had I not, they would be in far more dire straits right now. His Grace knows it too, right?
Yeah, Siege tranked him, or at least put something that kind of debilitated him on it. Debilitated him on him.
My dear Siegeween, whatever shall I do with you? Would it have killed you to just wait another minute or two?
Well, it's nearly time after all. The way you do things can be truly frustrating sometimes, Your Grace. I figured I should try to talk some sense into you. What are you talking about? What time?
Take me if you want. But let them go.
Mm-hmm, how touching. Can you just give me one more minute?
Don't be like that, Your Grace.
Risley gives no fucks. This bitch.
All right, everyone, calm down. 2 more visitors will be arriving any time now. I'll go get a cup of tea. Miss Siegeween, I leave Miss Lynette in your care.
You... What are you doing?
I believe I hear footsteps.
Who are the 2 extras? Clan?
Space, please.
Hi, mother. Mummy? Sorry. Mummy? Sorry. Where's Navia?
Ah, Miss
Where's your wife? Oh, and there's Fremine.
Door.
Passed out on the ground.
Fremine!
What's going on? What is Clarin doing here?
Hey, Cran. How's Navia doing?
Work.
Fair.
I'm sorry about shooting you, Mr. Linney. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off soon. Please take it easy in the meantime, though.
What happened to Fremine? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like this?
These symptoms, it can't be.
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse. He must have consumed primordial seawater.
This prison's surrounded by primordial water? Why? Is that why people disappear when they try and escape? Because they literally get... the primordial water dissolves you. It literally turns you into nothing. It just dissolves you if you're naturally from Fontaine.
What did you say?
Please, make some space. I'll need to give Mr. Fremine a more thorough checkup. Your Grace, I'll leave the rest to you.
I'll talk to Clorand while you get Fremine to where he needs to be. Everything else can wait.
We could go almost post on appearance. I think I know exactly who you're talking about. Let me find her. Oh, there she is. Kirarara! This one. She literally has, like, cat paw for feet. Yeah, that's her. She literally is a delivery girl, but she's a delivery cat girl. She is from the Komania Express, a delivery company in Inazuma, a Nikomata who loves her job and human society. She even has like the cat mouth. I can't really see it that well from the zoom in, but she has the cat mouth, which is a little nyeh. Anyway. His expression looks disgusted. It seems he'd rather not have Siegewin touch Fremine. Still, he didn't stop her, since it's obvious that Fremine does require urgent medical care. Seen her in a few MMD videos of Tom and Jerry. That's kind of funny. I think I've seen one of them as well. I think I know what you mean. Siegewin's examining Fremine carefully. She doesn't look too upset, which is a good sign. I hope Fremine will be okay.
How is he?
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a large amount of primordial seawater. Still, his condition is not critical. Of course, it would be best if he stayed for further observation. Let's leave him here for now, and move him to the infirmary once he's recovered a bit more. Sorry. I am aware that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world at the moment. We do only have a single clinic in the fortress, however.
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial seawater after leaving the fortress? How could that possibly happen?
Please, look after Mr. Fremine for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator. Oh, I'll bring Miss Lynette back with me.
Oh, fair enough. So I've only seen one of them in, like, passing. Like, not like I've gone out to my way to watch it. It's probably been on, like, either like a Twitter thing or Reddit, probably. But I do recall one of them.
Where is she? How is she right now?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my calculations are correct, she should also be waking up right around now. You might not believe me, but His Grace and I actually made some snacks and tea for her.
Yeah, for Lenny, as long as he knows his sister is safe and not in extreme danger, he can breathe. He's finally begun to stop tensing the muscles on his face. It seems that he trusts what Siegewin just said.
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way back.
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, Siegewin may have been forced to shoot Mr. Lenny again. How's the situation out there?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. The concentration of primordial seawater has increased significantly.
Man, I can't wait for Clorand to be playable. Because look at her design, man. Come on. I know she's basically, like, the strongest warrior of Fontaine, and also, like, the head guard of the goddess. But, like, come on, that's just a sick design. And she also personally looks out for Navia, which is where the whole, like, shipping joke I comes from, that she's literally, like, Navia's carer, even if Navia doesn't really want her to be her carer.
I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for any significant amount of time... Well, you can see how that boy's doing.
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes. A good distance into the water.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried desperately to swim back.
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved two.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons. Never seems to work, though.
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a knack for picking out who had good intentions, even when the outcomes were all terrible.
That's a bad sign if you're having to plead your case to Neuvillette. Want some tea?
Not particularly. If you want to drink some that badly, just say so.
Fine, I'd like to get some tea. Want me to get you a cup too, since I've already made it?
Might as well then, I suppose.
Wow,
Actually, do you have
Karan.
time? I would like to try.
Would you like some tea? Look, if you just want to drink, just say you're making yourself tea. Fine, I'm making tea. Do you want some? Might as well. Fucking god. And also, she swam in to get him. Oh, so she's still... Her hair's still soaked then, got it. She only quickly dried off.
Lenny, are you okay?
I'll be fine. They're all here now. Don't worry about me.
Are you sure? You don't look alright.
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but that's probably just the residual effects of the tranquilizer shot.
And all of the adrenaline you just went through.
I'm back, everyone.
Oh, hey, Lynette.
Lenny! Oh, Traveler, Paimon, you're here too. Fremine? Is he...
He'll be fine. But for now, please help me lift him up.
Lenny and Lynette nearly come to lift Fremine up, then get to read the rest of that. They're helping him out. Oh shit, Fremine's actually going to say a word? This patch? Other than I hope.
His breathing's beginning to slow down.
Give me a hand and help me get him to the infirmary.
Yeah, I'll take him from this side. Lynette, together?
On it. Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. Want to come with us?
I guess. Yeah, the three siblings are together at least. That's what matters.
The Duke and Clarande are gone.
Yeah, they left.
They probably went to get some tea. The Duke will explain the truth in just a bit. Miss Clarande will need a break, since she only just returned from rescuing Fremine out of the sea.
Yeah, she literally said she needs to get a towel to dry her hair. Maybe a blow dryer as well, because she has a lot of hair and she went deep sea diving. That's a lot of water, like salt water to try and get out. Might need to give her like, you know, like just give her a shower or so, something just to get the salt water out, then the towel to sort it out. You know, she might be back in like an hour. Trying to save Fremine from the sea? Just what happened there? I know I would, if I'd just been like in the sea sort of thing. I'd get home and like completely get another shower and then wash my hair through. Because my hair's kind of long. Oh, you didn't go far for that fucking tea.
Could I tempt you with some sugar for your tea?
No need.
Clarence, like, stop trying to be friendly. Right, let's get upstairs. Oh? Yeah, so what are they doing upstairs? I mean, they're just going, probably. We just have to assume that they went during the in-between. Alright, let's see what's going on. Come on, a word, Fremine. Tell me you've got at least one line of actual dialogue.
He's awake. Fremine, how do you feel?
Yeah, he's got worse.
Lynette.
We're all here.
Where?
Gotta go. Okay, no worries, Goddess. Thanks for stopping in. You rest well.
The infirmary, at the Fortress of Meripede, Mr. Fremine. And you are no longer in any danger. How do you feel? Don't push yourself if you're not feeling up to it.
Traveler. Paimon. It's been so long.
We only met once, and it was for like 5 seconds, Remine, so I appreciate that you remember us, but...
The sea. There's something wrong with the seawater.
Shh, it's okay. We can talk about it after you've recovered.
No, listen to me. This is really serious. There's primordial seawater mixed into the regular seawater. I don't know why it's there, but no one should touch it.
What happened after you snuck into the pipes?
Pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now. I'm in. Seems like this pipe hasn't been used in a long time. It looks abandoned. Where could Master Child be?
Oh, I was like, where are we? We're just in like a not dungeon then. Alright, Remine, we'll play as you for a bit. Ooh.
This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it?
Oh, I was like, oh, this was something you would hit. No, you just started. Never mind. Got it. Oh, not much of a puzzle then. They really took it to heart when people said Sumeru was too puzzle heavy. Huh. Just press every button once, got it. I do get it though, Sumeru did get a bit overkill, but it wasn't that the puzzles were too complicated, it was that there was too fucking many of them. That was Sumeru's problem, is that you got exhausting because you did so many puzzles. Alright, guess keep going. That looks like the exit into the sea.
This is where the water starts. Okay. Master Child probably dived into the water. I'll go take a look as well.
Alright, how far into the water do you think we'll get before we realise the trouble? Before the trouble starts and we realise that we're in danger? Because it's all primordial water, or at least primordials mixed in it.
The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. There are traces here too. I need to keep going. Huh? The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait.
And now he's realised it's primordial seawater.
My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What's going on? No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it.
Yeah, and he tried to race back before the primordial seawater got him.
I can't die here. This is bad. I'm feeling worse and worse, and I'm still underwater. I have to push on.
And that's when Clorand came to get you.
So, in other words, the trail you were following vanished, and you had no idea where Master Child could have gone. But there was also no obvious place for him to have disappeared to.
That's right. I tried my best to swim back, but I had already put some distance between myself and the fortress, and I just couldn't find the strength to keep going. I probably passed out some time after that, and you know the rest.
Miss Clorand brought you back, but we also don't know why she just suddenly appeared at the fortress, or why she went out to save you.
Miss Clorand, you say? I must go thank her in person.
You're still too weak for Monet. You can go after you've had some more rest.
Miss Lynette is right. I believe Miss Clorand will stay here as a guest for another few days, so there's no need to hurry.
A guest? Then I can assume Risley was the one who invited her to come down here?
You should ask His Grace about that. He'll be able to explain better than me.
Fremonet's just a very, very shy dude. So I guess more twink in that sense. He's very, like, closed, like, self-closed and shy and quiet and whatever kind of young boy. Got it, I'll talk to him.
Yeah, it's about time he actually told us.
Also, I don't know if it was femboy or twink, but I had to change it to all messages to read that first message. Because I just got referring to Fremonet. Out of that, from that, and I had to change it. So I don't know which one it wasn't like it.
No, please go on without me. I don't want to leave just yet.
I get it, Linny. You want to make sure your siblings are fine. Because you were genuinely scared that Lynette was in danger, and you were worried for Fremonet's life.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring myself to leave.
Yeah, like Linny going
Both of
Big
you
Brother
are just
mode.
in
He doesn't.
danger.
Both of his siblings were in critical, potentially life-threatening danger. He wants to make sure they're both okay, even if he knows they are, sort of thing. Like, he needs to almost comfort his own mind.
Understood. Then let's just sit together for a while.
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The traveler
And
and
wolf
I are
introvert,
going
I
to
say.
head out for now. As long
To be fair,
as you're
Fremonete
still
isn't
here,
lone wolf.
I
He
don't
just
think
does what
you'll
he's
be
told.
disturbed.
He's just very quiet, shy, and introverted.
Thank you.
Le Deluge. Or Deluge. Fremonete recalls what happened to him. Alright, what next? We go pester Risley, and this time trying to get some actual answers out of him. Mr. Best Intentions, but everything that ended up happening kind of put people in danger. Yeah, alright, thanks, dude. And then instead of explaining himself, he's like, hey, look, you know what you did. You know you still up for this, you little bitch. And speak to Clorand. Because who doesn't want to speak to Clorand? Hey, they are both still here, good.
Excuse me.
I take it Mr. Fremonet's condition has stabilized?
Of course. I wouldn't have left the infirmary otherwise.
I've been expecting those two, but might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Miss Siegeween?
I wanted to check up on Miss Clorand. How are you feeling?
Mostly fine, I think.
If you don't mind, I'd like to perform another quick physical exam. It'll just take a few minutes.
Clorand's here, like, I've only just got all the salt water out of my hair. Do you really want to, like, now, like, pester me with this? Like, I'm tired.
All right. Thank you for looking out for me. I'll take my leave for now, then.
Well, want to explain yourself, Risley?
Yeah, before we start a fight?
Of course, but I'm not partial to the word choice of explain. How about enlighten?
Oh, well, please enlighten us as much as you'd like.
Where should I begin? How about you start by asking me any questions you have? You can start with whichever one you'd like to get answered the most.
I just guess we'll go down the list.
Did you know about Lenny's goals from the very beginning?
No. I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the fortress by the Knave. As for their specific goals, I only figured those out as you made progress on your investigation.
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of them even though you didn't know what they were trying to do?
They came here with ulterior motives. I'm quite adept at discerning what that kind of behavior signals.
Why didn't you stop them?
Initially, I thought their goal was just to investigate Child's disappearance. Linny suggested that I had deliberately let him escape, but in truth, I didn't really do anything special to help or hinder him while he was here. Everything he did, from finding helpers to leaving this place, he did on his own. Of course, it's inevitable that the Knave would make a big deal out of her fellow Harbinger's unexplained disappearance. I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went. So I figured I might as well let the Fatui do their own investigative work. All I care about is the answer.
So you were hoping Linny's group would just do your work for you!
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. I assume that Fremine has told you already, the ratio of primordial seawater around the fortress of Meripede is on the rise. The Forbidden Zone has always been Linny's target, and you got roped into that investigation after running into him. I began to intervene out of concern for your safety, and also to prevent the fortress from becoming entangled in more irksome matters.
Are the rumors true? That you're also a former criminal?
Now, why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence unto itself? Another form of prison? I just happen to have some support from the rest of the inmates. That's all.
You didn't really answer the question, though. Have you committed crimes before you came here, or no?
Oh, right. Paimon wanted to ask, who invited Cloran down here?
Me, of course. I paid her good Mora to come down to the fortress for some field work. As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable person to help me get through the impending crisis.
So you got, like, the champion duelist, or like the strongest championed warrior of Fontaine, and also like the sworn protector of the goddess, to help do some of your investigative dirty work. You know, if Irina hears about this, she's gonna have some questions.
And saving Fremine was part of that crisis?
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. Had conditions not been as hostile as they were, he probably would have found the missing Harbinger already.
So, the Forbidden Zone really does exist?
That's not something you should be asking after. Neuvillette only asked you to investigate Child's whereabouts. All I need to prove to you is that the Forbidden Zone had nothing to do with the Harbinger's disappearance. That should be clear now that you've spoken to Fremine.
But we've already uncovered that there's something wrong with the infirmary, and we've answered a bunch of questions that you threw at us. Isn't it about time that you answer our last question in return?
You make a compelling case. Do you really want to know the answer that badly?
Yeah, Paimon really wants to know.
Even if the truth may not be pleasant? Follow me.
Oh, it was right in your office? Of course it was.
There's a hidden door here? And a whole basement behind it? Huh. You're pretty good at hiding stuff, Risley.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the Fortress of Meripede is.
So the theory was the Forbidden Zone is where the Gnosis is being kept.
Stand on the central plate.
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa!
Once everyone's on their position, it starts moving downward.
So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, Paimon sure doesn't see anything special.
And that is...
What a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Generally speaking, I'm the only one who's allowed to go inside. Hence the name Forbidden Zone. Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your little Fatui friends everything?
Well, Paimon wasn't thinking of keeping anything from them.
And he's gonna be like, well, this is as far as you go then.
Well, I'd advise you wait until you've seen the whole truth of this place for yourself before deciding whether or not to tell them.
Yeah, the Gnosis has to be down here then, and also they don't want the Fatui knowing about it because they know the Fatui are actively taking Gnosises from other nations.
Huh. So there's a switch on the side.
Stand back.
So if the Harmagers or the Fatui knew about this, they'd absolutely try and come get it.
Whoa! They all just went up one by one.
What's in the middle of the room?
Go on, have a look.
It's really empty with nothing in here. It's quite strange on its own. There's also a device smack dab in the middle of the room, which looks like some kind of massive sluice gate.
I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent to simply ignore any potential danger that could be behind it. The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. But over the past year, the needle has crept upwards from its original position, likely because some parameter it's been tracking has changed, if only infinitesimally. Normally I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Any guesses what the reading could be tracking?
I think it's tracking how much primordial water's in the sea, but the water pressure?
Very reasonable guesses. I've considered both of those as well. Unfortunately, our dashboard is tracking something less ordinary. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so for something that rarely shifts, the water pressure is more likely. We ran a few tests to increase the pressure from the outside, but the readings didn't change at all. Later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential connection with the primordial sea. I began to make a few preparations based on that hypothesis. Over the past few days, the needle has moved again. With that, and the symptoms that Fremine displayed after leaving the fortress, I can now confidently
it's a machine that
conclude
tracks
that the
primordial
readings represent
seawater.
the concentration of primordial seawater in the seawater nearby.
The concentration of primordial seawater? But we're already under the sea!
And that is precisely the problem. We're at the bottom of the sea, and now we're surrounded by toxic seawater. Somehow, primordial seawater got mixed in, and the concentration is steadily rising.
Primordial seawater is continually leaking into the sea.
Yes, that's very likely.
But forget about the two of us. Not even Novelette knows where the primordial sea could be, much less where we could find and plug a leak. Oh. Oh!
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the primordial seawater levels have risen significantly, and it's now very close to us. The indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has already leaked out and mixed into the sea around us. If this continues, soon it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial sea at all.
Yeah, and if that breaks through and the seal goes, the entire fucking ocean of Fontaine will be nothing but that, mixed in with the normal water. So the water will literally will murder anyone who drinks it. And the sea levels will rise alongside it, which could completely drown out the city. It will, if that seal breaks, it could destroy Fontaine in hours, if not days.
Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned into puddles in the span of a night.
But that's just too weird! Why would the Fortress of Meripede be built right above a sluice gate for the primordial sea? Who built this place anyway?
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast, complicated conspiracy. To be honest, you might find the actual answer may be exceedingly boring. It's just that the secret of the Forbidden Zone had been long forgotten by the nation before I rediscovered it with my research. There's no single founder of the Fortress of Meripede in any traditional sense. What we know about its history has been left to us by the people who used to live here. When the previous Hydro Archon Egeria ruled the land, all convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The people drove the criminals away like a wolf pack chasing away the banished.
Igeria. I wonder if we'll ever, get an idea of what they look like.
Criminals received no sympathy of any kind from
before,
the people.
We
They
got
were
our
exiled
current.
to the desolate seaside, where they experienced only pain, struggle, and the bone-chilling cold. Some of them began to repent and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took pity on them and said, "You may go guard my secret, deep underneath the waves." And so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began to build a fortress. They became a community down there in the deeps, and over the years helped it to grow. As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. When the first group of exiles died, they left the yet unfinished fortress to their successors. The Hydro Archon continued to lend her support, allowing the fortress and what it stood for to continue growing ever larger. Before long, this dark underwater fortress became the sinner's only home. And with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. They saw themselves as repenting sinners who would regain their freedom once they had sufficiently redeemed themselves. But as time went on, people also realized that the fortress was a lonely place. Once they had gotten used to life here, they could no longer feel comfortable living in the overworld. Once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their withered souls fade away with the ancient secrets of the past. After many, many centuries, few people still remember the reason for the fortress's founding. Now they just see it as an integral pillar of Fontanian society, as the place where criminals deserve to be sent. Now and again, researchers manage to break one law or another and live out their days in the fortress. I learned all this from an elderly historian. Everyone else just thought he'd made it all up.
But now you know every part of that history is true.
Indeed. It's just as the prophecy says. If this gate fails, then everyone will be dissolved into the sea.
Do you believe in prophecies?
To be frank, not really. But sadly, that hasn't stopped this prophecy from proving all too accurate. Prophecies are troublesome things. Just hearing one will create the first wave of panic. Seeing signs of it will bring about the second, and actually witnessing it in real time, the third.
So as the Duke of Meripede, just what do you plan to do about it?
Let's go somewhere else. I want to show you something. This is it.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last round of experiments have...
Wait, Jurier, he's not alone!
Huh? Lorvine and Jurier?
No need to panic, you two. I've already told them about our plan.
What? After you warned us not to tell a single soul about any of this?
I'm skeptical as well. Are you sure they are trustworthy?
The results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already know more than you could ever imagine.
All right then, if Your Grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
Well, how about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. He used to work under Edwin. I trust that you've heard of Edwin?
Yes, he's in a side quest.
Good. Saves me a bit of time explaining. Edwin's main areas of research were archaeum and gravimeters. As his assistant, Jurier is quite familiar with them as well. I hired him to be my technical consultant.
You want to blow up the Fortress of Meripede?
Ah, what a lovely idea. I'm already imagining it in my head.
Gotta admit, I'm tempted as well.
Guys, focus! Focus!
That taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my technical consultants. While Jurier used to be Edwin's assistant, she used to be Jurier's assistant.
Ooh, are they together?
Paimon. Time and a place. Was that really necessary?
See, everyone keeps asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple and just using your work as a convenient cover?
Your Grace, I am not in a relationship with this man.
If I dated her, I'd officially be madder than Edwin.
Jeez, forget I said anything then. Follow me.
Whoa, there's another door that goes right up.
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything.
But Paimon really thinks everything's super cool.
There's that transition again, that fade transition. The slide instead of it just hard cutting, like I'm used to in the older updates. Is it just a normal room?
Well, let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
Is that the rest of the fucking fortress? This is...
What a huge...
Oh, it's a ship.
Ship? This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before. What's going on?
How much do you know about Fontanian history?
Not much at all.
Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. To give you a quick rundown, Fontaine used to be ruled by the Lemurian dynasty. According to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the seer Sibila, who had taken on the form of a golden bee. Taking the golden bee with him and riding on a huge ship, the Fortuna, he created his nation above the surging waves. He called his nation Lemuria, and used the Fortuna to incessantly search for new tribes and islands, calling on them to join his empire.
There's a ship in this story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that hope can always be found at the end of a voyage.
Do you believe that too?
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor, materials, and technology at my disposal. Certainly can't hurt to give it a try, so the moment I began to speculate that the primordial sea might lie underneath the gate, I also began this project.
Were you inspired by the legendary Fortuna?
Maybe. Fontanians need something to hold on to cope with the impending disaster.
Oh, this is his highest form of copium, got it. This is a plan for the ages.
Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy the fortress faster than any catastrophe. As the fortress's administrator, I'd never make such a reckless call. Alright, that's enough talking for now. I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Do you have any other questions? Seems like you're good. Come on, I'll take...
Oh, and back we go.
I'll leave you here for now.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw. What you do from here on out will likely affect those 3 as well.
He means that my actions now would now decide the next steps Linny's group takes. In other words, if we want to tell Linny the truth, I must make him understand that we cannot afford excessive conflict right now.
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it for sure.
We will.
Great. I look forward to what happens next.
Like a fucking showman, he's like, I just want to see where it goes. Alright. Let's go check in on the trio.
We're back!
Welcome back. Do you want a cup of tea?
Those beds are so goddamn high. Look at how much their feet are hanging. What? You don't need a bed that high.
How can you be so much like Risley, always drinking tea?
Huh. Actually, now that you mention it, I just remembered something now. While I was sedated, I could still barely hear 2 people talking next to me. They were discussing everything, from the leaves, to the water, and even the teacups themselves.
Must have been Risley and Sijwin.
Yeah, I heard 1 male voice and 1 female, so it should have been the 2 of them. They really were just talking about brewing tea.
I really can't make sense of this place.
So, Traveler, Paimon, were you able to learn anything from Risley?
Yeah, he explained everything.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations?
Feeling better now, First Linny?
Yeah, I took the time to rest, so I'm feeling a lot more relaxed now.
Nobody else is around, and Miss Sijwin is also busy with something or other. So let's just talk here.
All right, then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself 3 questions.
Yeah, let's find out how on the ball Linny has actually been with all this.
Firstly, why was Fremine affected by the primordial seawater? It was because he dove into the sea. My theory is, the long-lost primordial sea is probably very close to the Fortress of Mirapede.
The Fortress of Mirapede was built on top of the gate of the primordial sea to track it.
Ooh, he's good.
So yeah, you're pretty close on that one.
That's our Linny.
Secondly, Risley's attitude changed dramatically during the course of our stay here. He ignored us completely at first, then suddenly roadblocked us. Why? I spent quite a long time thinking about this. If he has been monitoring the Fatui since the very beginning...
Yep, he admitted that.
probably ignored us at
Linny,
first
are you
because
sure
he
you
was
weren't in the
hoping
room
we could
listening?
find Master Child for him. What's more, the Fortress of Meripede is not part of Fontaine's court system, nor does it report to Udex Nervulet. Wriothesley is basically the king of a no-man's land. As long as the fortress doesn't do anything about Master Child's disappearance, Father can use it to pressure the Fontaine authorities. And while the two factions are pitted against each other, Wriothesley will be free to move between the parties of interest. If I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working on himself. It's likely related to the secret of the infirmary, but I just can't think of what it could be.
Then his grasp on the big picture is amazing.
You're super smart!
Thanks so much. Then finally, there's the last question. If Wriothesley does have a plan, what could it be? All I know for now is that his plan probably has something to do with the changing nature of the seawater. He's even gotten Cloran to help him out. That can't be the full extent of what he's doing. There's probably a secret passageway behind the block in the infirmary, and there's something big in the fortress that most people here never get to see. He has a bargaining chip, and it could be important enough for Father to deal with him directly. I don't have enough information, so I have no idea what his chip might be. But let me guess. You have the last piece of the puzzle.
And now we gotta decide whether it's worth sharing or not. After some deliberation, you share the information you learned. Ooh. Showing what you saw, you emphasized that now is not the time for disputes. So we told him oh god, I was like, are we gonna have the choice? No, of course not, because the story has to move. We do tell him everything, but we insist the whole way through it. Don't start a war on this. Don't start a war on this. Don't start a war on this.
The sea will engulf everyone. Just like the prophecy said.
Could Wriothesley have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with this crisis? If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the House of the Hearth as her base of operations, and she truly wants to resolve the crisis. But how could Wriothesley have known that?
Or perhaps he didn't know, and just wanted to bring Father over to his side? Which could be why he said he just wanted to negotiate.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I understand your concerns as well, Traveler. I'll figure out a way to pass this on to our father. No matter what, we're on your side. The two of you have already aided us far too much. We probably wouldn't be standing here right now if not for you. If you ever need anything else going forward, please come to the House of the Hearth at any time.
You know how I was like half joking, half serious where I said I can't see how we're reasonably getting into Snezhnaya without getting basically snuck in? I think this is how. I think we're going to basically sneak in through the orphanage.
Though you may not share the sentiment, after all that we've gone through together, the three of us basically see you as family now.
Aww.
You have my gratitude.
Thank you for protecting Linny when it really mattered. And thank you for sharing the secrets of the fortress with us. We didn't think you were going to do it.
Why are you being so formal all of a sudden?
We can work together again if necessary.
Given your strength, you might not need our help at all. But if you are ever in danger, we will try our best to protect you.
Aww, the sound of that makes Paimon feel all warm and safe inside.
What was that?
Paimon's hungry.
Oh, you've done so much already. Go get some food.
Alright, then we'll catch you guys another time.
Oh, we have to go get prison slop though. Oh. Alright, you three take care.
Take it easy.
I wonder if we'll get a quote-unquote lucky meal today. That just comes like flying down from the roof.
Welfare meals now being served in the coupon cafeteria.
Come on, let's go pick up ours as well. Traveler and Paimon, over here.
Siegewine, you're so bright and colourful compared to like the rustic metallic background of everything else.
And I'm taking the opportunity to prepare Miss Cloran's dinner as well. Huh. You're right. She's actually sitting in the fortress cafeteria. What would you like to eat?
We can choose?
Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like.
Like preparing the finger like she's revving it back. I'll have to taste your stuff you have to offer.
Don't forget Paimon! No problem. Just leave it to me.
And I'm gonna go sit next to Clorand. After a while, you have your meal. Unlike days prior, where you try low in luck, this is before you're bursting with flavour. You also get some drinks. It tastes a little strange, but she insists it's very nutritious. And the shakes taste pretty terrible, but at least however she tried. It's amazing. Free dinners are the absolute best.
Is this how it feels to be freeloaders? Wait a second, we did do plenty of work after all. Feeling full yet? How's the food? Delicious.
Yeah, I'll be nice. Exquisite, thank you.
I'm so glad to see you all so happy. Oh, see, the expression on your face just now? The muscle here just moved, which suggests that you're feeling quite relaxed at the moment. Sijween, do you do this to help your patients or to better understand human beings? A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a Melazine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to take good care of you. You're really good at taking care of people. Even though you're so short, you still talk and act like an older sister. Really? You're reminded of an older sister? That's great to hear. Oh, and what did you mean back in Risley's office? When you said that you were protecting Linny and his siblings as well. Oh, that. I just asked His Grace to look out for those children, especially that diver boy. I was getting a bit worried after hearing that something was wrong with the water. Thankfully, Clorand is very strong and managed to save him in the nick of time. His Grace also sealed the pipes after Clorand left, to make sure that Linny wouldn't impulsively chase after his brother. Although the path was blocked, we still stationed some guards there to stop anyone from approaching. They were instructed to only open the door once Miss Clorand had returned. Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. Linny as well. We had to press him, but we couldn't allow him to be in any real danger. You were all super considerate and really thought everything through. It's just what we do down here at the fortress. At least this has been His Grace's style for as long as he's been the leader. Oh, I really wish Monsieur Nervula would come down here more often too. I feel like he'd like it here, with all the darkness and chaos.
That doesn't make any sense at all. It's hard to imagine Nouvelet outside of his office.
Get a good night's rest, you two. You both worked very hard.
Can I go talk to Loren? Hey. Hey.
Clorand!
Ah, it's you two.
How's dinner?
It's alright. Miss Sijwin really put in a lot of effort.
So we heard that Risley invited you to come down to help, and you saved Fremenade too! You sure work super fast!
Oh, it was child's play.
Still, Paimon didn't know even champion duelists could take on side jobs. Oh, and why aren't you eating with Sijwin and the Duke? Won't you get bored eating by yourself?
Hang on, doorbell, back in a minute. I've returned.
Miss Sijwin was with you, and the Duke has business of his own.
Actually, didn't Navia say that you went out for dinner with her as well?
Yeah. First time in a long time.
First time in a long time. So you mean you've gone out to dinner with her in the past?
In the past, yes. You seem to be enjoying yourselves here.
Geez, she changed that subject quick. It's like, wait, so you and Navia have gone out for dinners together in the past? Yes. Anyway, you seem to be enjoying yourselves here. She's like, she didn't want that conversation to continue. What are you hiding from me? You two are into each other. I know it. It's just, there's complications because you know technically had to do a duel to the death with Navia's father, and so it kind of just put through some oil in the water between you two. And you're trying to like try and build the bridge over it without lighting a match. I get it. It's all thanks to New Valet.
Things will be getting messy at the fortress soon. Don't run around unnecessarily.
Oh, and she's gone. But I at least appreciate that those two have, you know, buried the hatchet just enough that they're going out to dinner again.
Take it easy.
Because even, like, shipping aside, it's like, man, those two should be friends. You know, like, they both have their same, like, strong sense of justice. They both want to do the right thing. It's just the justice system of the nation they work in forced them into an awkward situation.
So much has happened. Paimon just feels absolutely exhausted now that she's finally relaxed. Paimon's super sleepy. Are you sleepy too?
Oh, yeah, I'm getting there. That's kind of that's kind of a funny image. Look how tiny fucking Paimon is in that bed. That's kind of oh no, it's like she's dead. Oh, she immediately fell asleep.
Delicious. Paimon wants seconds for free.
Good night.
Out of my way! Get out of my way! What happened? Why is everyone running? No idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking!
Who's yelling? Paimon still wants to sleep.
Trouble is coming. Claran literally warned her. She went, there might be trouble soon. Paimon, wake up. We need to get out and see what's going on. Alright,
Take it easy.
There's an alarm going off. What's going on?
What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey, what are you doing?
No time to explain, mate. Goodbye.
Hey, wait!
That's up, man. Okay, no worries, dude. You take care.
They won't even talk to us.
What's happened?
There you are.
Kusai, blowjob brother. What's going on? Oh, researcher dude.
We still in Lavaroon. Do you know what happened here?
We came here especially to inform you. Something seems to have gone terribly wrong just now. His Grace is telling everyone to evacuate and get out of here.
I won't be on keyboard. No worries, dude.
Lavaroon was saying you two are new here and you don't have many friends, so you might slip through the cracks. Haven't you heard all the stories like that? An evacuation is successfully completed, yet you only find out once you do a head count that 1 or 2 people are missing.
Wait, weren't you the one who brought that up? Why is it suddenly my idea?
Hey, shut up!
Okay, whatever. The point is, you should come with us.
I forgot the fucking voices already. The point is, you should come with us. You said His Grace said to evacuate outwards?
Yeah, he said to get as far away as possible, upwards and outwards.
Then that means whatever happened must have happened down below. Oh no. Isn't that the gate at the very bottom?
No, it can't be that thing.
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey, where are you going?
There's a thing about to burst.
By the Duke. You two just go and get out. Go on without us.
Hey, hey! Be careful!
Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer, then try to move as far as...
I need to get in here. Get us down there.
They're here.
Just like I said.
What happened?
You're just in time. But be ready to run.
What are you gonna fucking do, Wisely? Punch the water? Never mind, freeze it. Oh, is he gonna try and stop the primordial water? Also, I love the fucking gauntlets. Yep, he's gonna try and stop the primordial water. This is a nation drowning out amount of water, dude. You're not gonna be able to just freeze that over. All right, time to bolt.
3, 2, 1.
That was cool. Yeah, but that's a very temporary situation.
The defenses are about to collapse.
Yeah, that's a very temporary solution.
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense.
That's kind of terrifying. You're just gonna ice punch it. What's Clarand gonna do?
How long do you think it'll hold?
Other than just make sure that he doesn't do anything stupid. What's Lightning Mummy gonna do? That was a cool cutscene, though. What's Lightning Mum gonna do, though? So we need to get right the fuck up to the surface, like yesterday.
Why are you here?
There he is.
Traveler, I need you to head to the Opera House immediately. Farina will soon be meeting with the Knave there. You must protect Farina, and make sure she doesn't spend too much time alone with her.
Also, the surface, hello! Okay, you can explain everything else to me later.
Will do. You have my sincerest gratitude.
What the fuck's Arlecchino doing with Farina? Oh, god damn it. So hello, Daylight, but like officially this time. Oh, I don't like the fact there's fontaine everywhere out here.
Look, there are a ton of Fatui and Palais Mermonia people over there. The Knave is probably here already. We need to hurry.
We're gonna have a face-to-face with Arlecchino. Uh-oh.
Are you two the Traveler and Paimon? Monsieur Nervalet has left instructions. Please follow me. Though I'm sure he's already explained, this should be a mostly cordial conversation, unlikely to give rise to violence. But it would be most appreciated if you could protect Lady Farina to the best of your abilities.
Yeah, you don't say. I'll do my best. Oh boy. Hello, Arlie. Oh, she's so happy to see us. Probably not because it's for us, but because it's someone that can keep her safe if things go foobar. Oh. I'm so terrified. It's like, cause she, Arlecchino could probably kill us, and she knows what we've done in previous regions.
Of course, of course. How could they not attend a meeting such as this? I must always have 2 or more guests at my dessert table. Otherwise, the occasion would be too lonely and unbecoming of my station.
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler. I have heard much of your accomplishments. I am the Knave, one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers.
So this is the Knave, the head of the House of the Hearth, and the Linny siblings' father. She certainly does not seem easy to deal with. Pleasure to meet you too.
I've already prepared seats for you. Come, sit beside me.
She wants bodyguards.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get together for tea when we had the time. See this? This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores. There are only 16 slices sold every day. Here, why don't you and Paimon have a taste?
She seems friendly enough, but that can't be all there is to her. The Knave is a force to be reckoned with. I should be very cautious around her.
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
It's quite tasty, and I think Paimon agrees too.
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. You do share a taste in desserts with Farina and I.
Wait, Child should have no reason to have said anything like that.
I wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing. I'm really worried about his safety, you know. Here's to hoping that he's an excellent swimmer.
You don't give a fuck about him. I have faith in his abilities.
Since we're talking about him, I feel like I should add something. His martial prowess really looked certainly pretty impressive, yeah.
Farina looks quite nervous. There must be some kind of bad blood between her and the Knave.
Oh, so you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting, Miss Farina. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Child was subdued by Udex Neuvillette right in front of you. Against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot. But alas, he just never imagined he'd run into such a person. I must express my admiration for Monsieur Neuvillette.
I managed to find a few leads on his whereabouts.
Coming from you, that's not surprising at all.
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news somewhat earlier. As you well know, a long time has passed since Child disappeared.
Well, in any case, there's no need to worry. We know for sure that Child is still alive.
Oh, and just how do you know that?
Because we found evidence that proved he left the Fortress of Mirapede.
And where did he go after leaving the fortress?
Well...
Oh, Paimon's statement just left us wide open.
The Fortress of Mirapede lies deep beneath the waves. Unless he pranced right out of the main gate, he must have had to swim for it. Do you have any proof that he surfaced safely?
We do not. But there was also no evidence that he's been injured or killed.
Ah, that is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long
Fuck
ago.
Ali, you know
Child's
Child's family. You're probably one of those people that secretly just knows everyone. So you immediately have tabs to get a hold of people if you fucking need them. For better or worse. The fact that you immediately knew by name that one of Child's siblings has been trying to reach out.
Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our time in Snezhnaya together. I'm currently admiring the scenery on the streets in front of the Opera House. Is it something like that?
She's turning up the pressure. I'm not sure if I'll be able to convince her, but I can at least try and distract her from Farina. That sounds good to me, yes.
All letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the contents are accurate, it doesn't matter so much how it's written or how it's worded.
Hold on. The water in the teacup is shaking.
I suppose this is also a sign of things to come, Miss Farina.
Huh? I don't quite understand what you're trying to say.
Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
She knows. She knows, and there's about to be a lot of trouble.
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled, and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day! This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe. This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
Oh! So, okay, so I still stand by the fact that he's the Hydro, he's the dragon, he's not the Archon.
Seems like the problem inside
But
has
that
been
bit
suppressed.
there, where he said forgive me for overruling it, was it the Archon's, the original Archon's intention to eventually have this happen? And now it's New Valet disagreeing with the original Archon. Because the original Archon was one who had built this, but maybe it was designed intentionally to be a bomb, or like a ticking time bomb for when it's ready to take the people, so to speak. And New Valet is the one who's resisting it. Just a thought.
Let me guess. We're safe for now.
Indeed. But only for now.
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed just as you said.
You made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake. It appears I underestimated just how confidential the mission was.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now? That's just how the courts operate.
So what gift must the loser give? Tea?
He already has tons of tea in his office. I'm thinking about a set of legal codices.
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress to be outside the law.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the legal codices.
That was obviously a joke. Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend to in the overworld, correct?
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Palais Mermonia for long.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the Fatui Harbinger.
Well... I was gonna cut back and like the Knave has us in like a chokehold. It's like, oh yes, it went swimmingly.
I must say, we've spent long enough playing house. Miss Farina, as the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say, that's what I originally thought. But looking at your expression, was I wrong? And you haven't a clue?
What are you trying to say?
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontanian. You know the prophecy by heart, and also that every part of it is being proven true. Yet, here you are relaxing, drinking tea, and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than a few stray bugs in your garden. Do you really think that's acceptable? The prophecy's hanging above our necks like a guillotine. Every faction is looking for a way to either avert the disaster or save their own. Even the orphans of the House of the Hearth have devoted everything to saving their homeland. But you? It beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you have been. From the very beginning, you, the god Focalor, you have utterly failed to take action.
Ooh.
You're wrong. I've never ignored the prophecy, nor have I just been passing the time in self-indulgence. Retract your accusation and stop doubting the wisdom of the gods with such absurd conjectures.
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Fontaine may be harboring the exact same thoughts right now. Oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you going to save them? Save us? How are the people you've sworn to protect supposed to survive in a land that will soon disappear beneath the waves?
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon me, you have no right to judge me. Fontaine will be saved. Even if I still cannot see the true future right now, as long as I continue on as I am, I will be able to hold my head up high!
She's not acting like her usual self. She's actually seriously refuting the Knave's accusations. She means what she says. She's not putting up a front.
Then I ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you been working on? Where can we see it, and what is it doing to help?
So was that all a lie? Or can she really not tell us? She was so full of conviction and confidence just now. Now she's deflated like a pop balloon.
My machinations are just like the prophecy itself. They will only reveal themselves at the fated time. It is just that beings like yourselves are unable to perceive them as of yet.
The machinations of my mind are an enigma. Zooms in on Florina's like skull, and you can see what she's imagining, and it's like a carton of milk tipping over.
I see. As a god, the proof of your labor always lies beyond prying mortal eyes. Allow me to be so bold as to ask another way. Would it be possible for you to tell us the parts of your plan that are not confidential? Such as your emergency response plan for the impending disaster?
An emergency response plan?
Oh, that look in your eyes. Have you not even prepared one of those?
The emergency response plan is also strictly confidential.
Then allow me to jog your memory. Miss Farina, what is the purpose of your Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal? And what do you plan to do with the massive amounts of indemnitium that has accumulated over the years?
The Oratrice? It's just like it appears to be.
So you also have no idea. If I'm not mistaken, someone's using it to prepare for something. But unfortunately, it would seem that someone is not you, Miss Farina. I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the Oratrice in the Opera House. You see, even just getting close to the core contaminated him with an extremely large amount of indemnitium. But even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly be working on, oh great Hydro Archon? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Neuvillette is not at the tea party with us today. Miss Farina, I suppose you must have ordered him away to take care of some troublesome business.
Yes, that's exactly right. Please keep it a secret for me.
Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss Farina, you seem quite insecure without the Udex by your side. Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left, so please, help yourselves, everyone.
These aren't topics I can speak about. I don't even know what Nouvelet's task was. If I had to guess, he probably went down to deal with the surging primordial sea. Can he really do all of it by himself? And Farina, is Farina being truthful or not?
Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the
And
Udex.
just like that, she goes straight back into just trying to make
extra
small
slice of
talk.
cake? Those who work hard deserve gratitude and praise. You too, Paimon.
Thank you. Paimon will take you up on that offer.
Change the topic, bring up less significant manners, while the atmosphere gradually becomes more relaxed. Yeah, she starts to soothe it out by just kind of talking about different
Paimon's
things.
super full. That cake was great.
If it's on my tea table, it must be of the highest quality. Yes, and we must thank the Knave for bringing these over as well.
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored to be featured at Miss Farina's table. And I was merely catering to Miss Farina's tastes, seeking a chance to chat over tea. It is getting late. Why don't we call it a day? There are still a few matters that I need to take care of, so I must take my leave now.
Very well. We'll end it here.
Mind seeing me off, Traveler? We could use the opportunity to discuss Child before I must be on my way.
Oh, I'm kind of with Florina on the whole. I'm not sure I want to be left alone with you. Of course.
Paimon's coming too!
The tea party.
I was gonna say, are you doing okay, little Miss Goddess?
Than I'd imagined.
Yeah, nice try.
Like that. Is something the matter? If there's nothing urgent, then I shall be retiring for now.
Oh god, oh god, it's such a run. I was like, this is where Farina's room is? All the way on the other end of the fucking opera house? Oh no. Oh, it's such a long run. Oh. Would you mind seeing me out? Across the entire building?
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, Child was just an excuse. I have no interest in your dealings with him.
That's what Paimon thought!
What do you want to say?
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my gratitude.
There's no need. Was there nothing else you wanted to say?
That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and informal topics in informal settings. I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax. I have no intention of trying to get anything out of you. Linny, Lynette, and Fremine are still there, and I trust their judgment and abilities.
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against anyone who tried to stop them. Especially Linny.
You mean Wriothesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that Linny's so eager to prove himself that he can't learn to rely on others, including me. By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of idle gossip, but what's your impression of Farina? You are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily. Allow me to share my perspective with you.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the Fortress of Meripede.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an ounce of shame for all the trouble he has caused? Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone shortly.
Do you require help with any preparations?
No need. I will take care of it myself. I need to meet with Farina, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine. But what's fascinating about her is that she often seems more like a celebrity than a working Archon.
Oh? Come over here, you little critter, you!
I fucking called it. I said I bet the reason why Farina's terrified of Arlecchino isn't because of like anything other than like or anything like that, but it's because Arlecchino attacked her to try and figure out how powerful she actually is, and Farina learnt the hard way that Arlecchino can absolutely kill her. Also, Farina was just running around in the street in the night playing with a cat, and you attacked her then? Come on, that's like the most wholesome fucking thing.
You dare to run from me? Stop right this instant!
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach Farina to be handed to me on a silver platter. This is so easy, it's actually making me a bit suspicious. Anything left unguarded is usually just bait.
Cool key art, though.
But no one will blame someone for taking
Cool key art. I fucking love this look on Arlecchino.
From the moment it was attached to the hook.
If costumes were more of a thing in this game, I would love this to be an alternate costume for Arlecchino when she becomes playable. But I know that's not going to happen.
It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydronosis is not currently held by the Archon. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all. And I sense that she's under some kind of curse.
Who are you? And what are you trying to do? Please don't kill me! I'm begging you!
Yeah, and if Farina was like the full Hydro Archon in like, so I'm stand by it. She's literally like in the same way A is not technically the Archon of Inazuma, but more like the figurehead. She's the figurehead, but she's completely mortal because she's genuinely terrified that she's about to get killed, which you wouldn't if you were a goddess.
The fear in her pupils is genuine, so perhaps she's not bait after all. Either way, targeting her has lost all meaning. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Focalor. I suspect even Farina dares not mention this incident to anyone.
See, so Farina was fucking terrified and traumatized from that because she was very nearly murdered. And that's why she hasn't mentioned anything, because she's genuinely terrified Arlecchino will just kill her if she says anything. I just appreciate the cat came back to make sure Farina is okay. But holy shit, something I feel really bad for Farina. Like, this poor girl was nearly assassinated and she's traumatized by it. And she was left alone to talk with the person who nearly assassinated her. No wonder she's so antsy.
Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Farina quietly cried alone. She was so scared that she could not sleep that night, nor could she even bring herself to eat her cake. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps Iudex Neuvillette is actually the genuine article. I have to find the Gnosis. If the Neuvillette hypothesis is correct, he is probably in possession of it. Alternatively, it might have been hidden in a place that's hard for ordinary people to access.
Yes, Father.
My dear children, please speak.
News from the Fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contacts and guards we bribed at the fortress have all gone quiet as well.
Probably the handiwork of that Wriothesley.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a Harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. We now have an excuse to exert diplomatic pressure on the Fontaine authorities. Set up a meeting for me. I would like to meet the Hydro Archon and Iudex Neuvillette. Oh, and I have an additional mission for you three.
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. With this as my excuse, I can ask for an official audience and continue my investigation of Farina and Iudex Neuvillette. The initiative belongs to the House of the Hearth. My wish to investigate the Fortress of Meripede will be a front. Lenny and his group will be responsible for the actual intelligence gathering. You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close to you, so they wouldn't have hidden anything from you.
You attacked the Hydro Archon?
And very, very nearly assassinated her.
It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops. After all, even Farina herself is still pretending that nothing of that sort ever happened.
Alright then.
I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, the leadership of Fontaine is even more inscrutable than I had imagined. I once surmised that Iudex Neuvillette must be the Hydro Archon, but now, that doesn't seem right to me either.
How'd you come to that conclusion?
I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Iudex Neuvillette or Farina, neither fits the bill. It's hard to imagine either of them as the Archon. Of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings often do not require justification. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in intelligence gathering, I've come to realize I am at a complete loss regarding the identity of the god of the land of my birth.
I think it is the same situation, but the difference is where the Raiden Shogun had, the doll puppet to serve the purpose, there is no such equivalent. I think Farina is the inheritor of the title and is like the the Hydro Archon in that sense, but isn't the true Archon originally in the same way I isn't the true Archon originally, and there is no true Archon anymore. And instead, it's literally just been a nation ruled by that machine, because I think the Oratrice is like the lingering soul of the original Archon. The machine that does all the courtroom judgings. And Nuravale is the Hydro Archon's dragon taken human form, serving the people to act as the gate. To make sure that the gates between reality and fiction remains closed, so people still believe in the Archon doing their thing.
Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe looms, yet many secrets have yet to rise to the surface. It looks like Fontainians will have no choice but to save themselves. Ultimately, though, one must survive in order to do anything else. Should the need arise, I would be happy to cooperate with you.
Ooh. I wonder if... Because she's a negotiator first, I wonder if there's going to be a point in time where we do, for better or worse, have to work alongside Arlecchino. And that's what she's inferring to.
You don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve, and as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday.
Nuvalette?
He certainly returned quickly. You must want to catch up with each other, so I'll leave you to him.
Cool, not even a word. Just give him a nod.
Nuvalette, is it over?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. I'm concerned that sooner or later the prophesized events will occur.
Precisely in about 6 weeks when the next Archon chapter drops.
Thank you for protecting Farina.
Maybe ask what happened down there.
To put it simply, I used my power to force back the Primordial Sea and reseal the sluice gate.
That's what happened on our side. We recapped the argument, and also everything that happened.
So as expected, the Knave has turned up the pressure on Farina. She's trying to feel her out, though I'm still unsure as to her motives.
Can I ask you some questions?
Permission granted.
If you have enough power to force back the Primordial Sea, does this mean you have some deeper connection with the Hydro Archon?
Whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydro Archon, right? But that's just a speculation on our part, though. You can't tell us? Then that's okay. We can talk about something else. We won't try to force you. You guys in Fontaine are super strange.
If by the phrase, you guys, you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics.
What did you sense in the fortress?
I believe so. The fortress has a long and complex history. It has seen much grief and suffering. And now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn this turn of events.
Huh? Why is it raining all of a sudden?
The sky is suddenly filled with dark clouds. The rain became heavier, like rain soon growing into... Is the rain in Fontaine happening because of Nuvalette's mood? Because the last time it proper rained, it was after Navia shouted at him. About not caring, because about how she felt that he didn't care about her father. And moments before, Nuvalette just mentioned his sense of grief. Yeah, I think where he's the Hydro Dragon and he's such a strong figurehead representative of like nature in Tevad, him feeling down the dumps is what makes it rain. Think back to the legend and what Fremine said. It said the Dragon of Water once resided in Fontaine. Every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. Nuvalette, you can't be...
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Yeah, he's the Hydro Dragon. We called it like day one. He's literally the dragon.
Oh? And what are you thinking?
He's the Dragon Sovereign of Water.
The Dragon of... what? Huh?
Please do not be so surprised.
Farina?
Farina?
Neverlet, are you listening?
Ah, my apologies.
We were just guessing randomly. We didn't guess right, did we? You're not actually the Dragon Sovereign of Water, right? Well, if you don't want to confirm or deny...
You guessed correctly. I sincerely hope you'll be able to keep this a secret for me.
Right, of course. We'll definitely help you keep it a secret. There's still something Paimon wants to ask you, though.
Please, go ahead.
Well, if you are the Dragon Sovereign of Water, and you were able to force back the primordial sea from the fortress, then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater, couldn't you just use your power to solve the crisis?
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, possess our full dragonhood. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power is the basis of the
yeah,
Archon's
that's
authorities.
true. You go through the dragons we've faced so far, you can literally find the skeletal remains of one of them in Inazuma. The dragons haven't been doing too hot. From Storm Terror to Ijdaha to the grass dragon we fought, I forget what it's called because it wasn't that interesting, the Sumeru one. None of them are at their full power. None of them are what they could be, so I guess that tracks.
There are 7 elemental archons and 7 matching dragon sovereigns.
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. As their successor, I know far less of that part of our ancient history. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the Archon disappears and returns their elemental authority to me. Given the status quo, however, I would recommend finding another way to deal with the prophecy.
Oh, so even you can't solve it.
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office. If you have any more questions regarding ancient history, you are welcome to discuss them with me at a later time.
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. Traveler, why don't we pay another visit to the Fortress of Meropide?
Oh, we're going back?
Worried.
Right, see you later, Nouvelet.
We'll see you another time.
We've got a story quest with you to do, but we won't be doing it in today's stream. That'll probably be in the next one. Out of the Archon. Out of the Eons, even. Go back to the prison and reconvene. Make sure everyone's okay.
Seedwing! Traveler! Paimon, you're back! Are you still doing alright? Did either of you get hurt?
Don't worry, we're both doing great.
We're fine, but what about you guys? It was such a huge mess. How bad was it? A few people sustained superficial injuries, but that's about the extent of the damage. Monsieur Nervulet paid us a visit. It was all thanks to him that we managed to suppress the crisis for the time being. Oh, of course, we must also thank you for the help you provided. How did Nervulet know that he was needed here? Well, Monsieur Nervulet has strong resonance with the hydro element. When the water level rises, he can feel the waves produced. I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded. They were mumbling the whole time about how you just ran down without a word. I'm so relieved to see that you're both alright. If you're not too pressed for time, please stay with us a few more days.
Days? No!
Just let me know if you get a craving for any particular dish, so I can have Mr. Walsey get your meals prepared. Oh, and please feel free to visit the infirmary for a break at any time. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your facial muscles as well. Your happy smiles are quite contagious, you know. They're so memorable, and I've missed them immensely while you were gone.
I like how the gang didn't answer that. They're like, fucking days? Peace, bitch!
Take it easy.
Let's go see how Wivesley's doing. And Corand is still here, although she's finally gone. Oh, I have to go all the way down? Oh, I have to go...
Courier? Miss Seishween told me you still haven't eaten.
Yeah, I was working on something, so I forgot.
That's no excuse for... Huh? It's you two.
Yur, Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here recently. How have you been?
We're fine, thanks.
And you? Are you still taking the secret passageway from the infirmary to work on the ship?
Yep. That is still top secret, though. So don't say a word to anyone.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one from the Duke's office.
I mean, the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh yeah? Then why are you also here so much?
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your relationship, aren't you?
Not at all!
And one last time. Well, if it isn't the blowjob brothers.
You guys didn't get caught and thrown back down here, right?
Huh? No, not at all.
Ah, and here I thought you'd managed to escape from jail during all the commotion. I'd held you up as legendary jailbreakers, but now you're telling me you just never left?
We're sorry, but we just had some business to take care of.
All right. There's no need to get caught up in the details. We're just relieved to see you. He was super worried about you, you know.
Hey, it wasn't just me. Weren't you super worried as well?
Something like that, yeah. I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. I can still hear Quisto mumbling to the carrots. Are those two all right? Do you think they made it out alive? Whenever he'd say that, I'd tell him I'm sure they're fine. Wherever they are, they're kicking back with drinks in hand, enjoying the lovely scenery.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison pals. Is there? I mean, considering how they always love listening to all my gossip.
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
Sure, the welfare meals must have just skyrocketed in quality recently.
Oh, well, if you say so. I'll be watching you to make sure you finish every last bite.
Alright, lastly... Anyways, we're not entirely done here, because this is a puzzle, and I didn't even bother trying to solve it yesterday, and I've even looked at it today. So we're not entirely done with the prison. I am going to miss it, though. This place is kind of cool. I've gotten used to the darkness. And I love the music for this area. And I imagine we're probably not entirely done here. I imagine there's probably like some other bits and bobs you can learn.
Now guess, what suit will this next card be?
A bare-teeth cat?
Well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Hello, everyone.
Looks like you're recovering nicely from it, eh?
Mm-hmm. Thanks to everyone's support. Oh, right. I managed to work up the courage to thank Miss Clorant in person.
Whoa, how did she react?
She told me that it was nothing. It was as if saving a life wasn't a big deal to her at all. She also told me not to worry about it.
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all. She's right, and it's best not to dwell on it.
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out. We went back to the opera house and we met the Knave.
You met Father? Did she say anything to you?
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand. And also that she's looking forward to working with us in the future.
Yeah, she wants us on her side. It was a little surprising.
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. That's fantastic. You should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help those she considers close, which now might also include you.
Mm-hmm. Father is very capable, and also trustworthy.
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought Lenny was a bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometimes.
Got it. That does sound like something that father would say.
Hey! Are you going to stay here for the next few days?
Looks like it, yeah.
Well, I mean, technically in my stream lore, I guess so, because I'm going to wrap up the stream after this quest is done. So when we need to come back, it'll probably be in a couple days' time.
Excellent. I will host a tea party.
For real? Then Paimon wants another
For
serving
real?
of cake.
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. How lovely. Well, next time, you're going to have tea and snacks with us.
Talk to Wivesley. Yeah, I didn't think we'd leave without that.
Start preparing that. Oh,
Tea party, great idea. I'm all for it. I hope you set it up. Aw. Alright, let's go see how Wivesley's doing. I don't know if there's a story quest for Wivesley. At least right now. It might be like in 3 weeks' time when he becomes playable, because currently it's a Nouvelle. But we'll have to see. If that's the case and there is another story quest to come, I probably won't stream it. I'm going to do Nouvelle's story. Because it's still, like, learning more about the, the Hydra Archon and everything. Actually, I might do. We'll see. We'll just see how it goes.
I just see 2 inmates come back after making it to the surface. Some strange winds blowing of late.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still alright?
We're fine, for the most part. Neuvillette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the Courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, alright. Fair. You didn't have to say it like that, though. I don't think that's what's going to work.
He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sigewinne's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds super busy.
Miss Cloran has left as well. She also took her gift from Miss Sigewinne.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Cloran received lipstick instead.
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Well, it's Neuvillette's own fault for making Sigewinne worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the ladies. Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Are these from Sigewinne too?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you may continue to use your cell until your term is up.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
Is food still covered?
You may access the cafeteria for free.
Hooray!
Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners, though, so it really doesn't feel the same.
Feels like we've regained our freedom.
Mm-hmm. Being free sure feels pretty special now.
Paimon, is there anything you'd like to say?
Huh? How did you know?
Because you usually just immediately fall asleep.
Hey, that's not true! Alright. Okay, Paimon just wanted to say that we really are an amazing duo after all. It's like we've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped traveling or stopped meeting new friends. There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just 2 people, but we've still been solving problems no matter where we go. Isn't that pretty cool?
This is too optimistic. This is too optimistic of an ending. The fucking 4.2 is going to come in like a tidal wave. Literally. For it to be this, like, optimistic, like, we're the best ever!
You're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only adventurer here?
Being a guide counts too.
Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well! Paimon will also be an adventurer from today sleep soon, too. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside our cell. The primordial seawater nearly rose up. That was so scary. We should be safe now, right?
We'll be fine, so don't worry, Paimon.
Alright then. Good night to you, Traveler.
Good night to you too, Paimon. Meanwhile... Oh, wait, right! We still got Child's vision. I forgot about this. What's Child doing right now? Cool. And the next thing we'll have to do is New Valet's chapter, so I'm going to get that set up now. And that's something we'll get to later.
Paimon has so many questions about his true identity. Let's go talk to him and find out.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some side quests you can pick up in here now we're done with story shit. But that'll have to wait, because I want to wrap up. I'm going to get my reward, though. Hang on. Also, I'm still waiting for Charlotte to show up and be like, oh, right, you went off to that prison the other day. Tell me everything. Well, she has to know something wasn't 100%. Nice. God, we're only 50% done with Fontaine. Well, 49%, Jesus. But that's going to have to do from me. We are going to meet with another Genshin stream yet, because I want to do New Valate's quest. But I will be playing off-stream as well, like doing collecting. I won't start New Valate's quest on-stream. I will do that entirely off. So that being said, as always, thank you so much for watching. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It genuinely really helps this channel grow. There's a lot more to the mystery here that we've just started to uncover that I can't wait to learn more of. Oh, Blanche's letter. Oh, that's tied to a side quest I've been working on. Okay. Remember, you can additionally find my Twitter, Patreon, and PayPal in the description of every video if you so incline. Sorry about my throat being a little off. Thankfully, it seemingly kind of found its footing as we went on, even if it is still a bit bleh. And I will hopefully see you tomorrow properly this time for the Sonic Frontiers update. But until then, you guys take care now. Peace.